Salam, Malikum Ma'ashawut, Nama Usara, and salutations to all. I am Mojag Gray, your host on this Nama Summer Solstice Open Call on Saturday, 21 June 2025. Our moderator for the event today is Benu Bahure. Now, I will begin with the recitation of our pledge. Begin all acts, breathing and thinking, by San Kalum, all, by way of the infinity flame of the dwellers enthroned in a flower of fire, by way of a universal traveler, space, dweller emperor, space, Samhu, a mini ray, quote, a Delo Yi, end quote, Zen Uru, space, smiley face. The pledge of the Imperial and Imperial royal flags for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, space. As I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial royal flags, I vow loyalty and obedience as I watch them fly to the imperial laws of our Imperial and Imperial Constitution that governs our Imperial and Imperial Royal Empire. To this cause, I hold my head up high. With honor, I pledge to protect and defend all within the Imperial and Imperial Royal Kingdom, both family and friend, to ensure that all have their equal rights. To this cause, I will lay down my very life as I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial Royal and national flags. I vow loyalty, sincerity, and integrity with zeal as I will, so mote it be. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Ashe, so be it. So it is. It definitely shall be. Quote, Zen, Uru, and power we shall have, end quote. Thank you. Ish, colon, smiley face, know thyself, smiley face. On behalf of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, space, quote, the oldest independent autonomous Atachan nation / kingdom on earth, end quote. We welcome and thank you all for joining us for our Nama Summer Solstice Open Call as we celebrate this 22-year anniversary for our sovereign state of 20 June 2003. We commemorate not only a date, but a cosmic realignment and geopolitical resurrection of ancestral authority. This anniversary carries deep metaphysical, historical, and sovereign weight. And the continuum of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, in parentheses, ECMYE-IRKR, and the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, in parentheses, all caps, IROHEM. NAMA 22-year anniversary, sovereign anniversary proclamation. 20 June 2003 20 June 2025. Historical anchor, space. What happened on 20 June 2003? On 20 June 2003, the state of Georgia, in parentheses, major, issued apostille verification number 5604, capital B, authenticating sovereign identity and alignment with the Yamasee Mir nationality, in parentheses, YM, declared on 13 June 2003, and the Washington Mir nationality, in parentheses, WM, declared on 9 May 2003. This moment, space, bullet, reaffirmed lawful status under indigenous, diplomatic, and international law. Next bullet, activated ancestral title through Imperial motu proprio, secured by Emperor's directives. Next bullet, reposition the United States and Morocco, in parentheses, small u, capital SA, under autonomous and sovereign law of the land via treaty and inheritance. This was not merely a notarial act, it was a juridical resurrection of sovereign claim to governance over ancestral lands, pre-dating the all caps U.S. Constitution. Also, on this sacred day, we honored the 22-year anniversary of 20 June 2003, the legal, spiritual, and celestial rebirth of our sovereign state, as affirmed by apostille verification number 5604 capital B through the state of Georgia, in parentheses major, for the Yamasee / Yamushi Mir and Washita / Washita Mir nations. This date marks the resurrection of ancient sovereign jurisdiction under the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, in parentheses, all cap, ECMYE-IRKR, in harmony with the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, Treaties of Uptrip, and the ancient flame of the Washita Mir, Yamashi Mir More, Amoru, and Almoroccan nations. The Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, in parentheses, all caps, IRO-HEM, continues to implement this cosmic and civil governance, now 22 years in force, through decrees, seals, and missions acknowledged globally. This 22-year anniversary symbolizes the restoration of flame, the establishment of divine governance, and the expansion of jurisdictional rooted in law, spirit, and legacy. Let it be known throughout the earth and among all nations, space, that the crown of the Ordish Yamashi stands, that the flame of Samson-Ray / Samhu Amini-Ray burns eternal, that the earth remembers her sovereign children. We commemorate this milestone with joy, reverence, and divine purpose. Issued this 20th day of June, solar year 2025, an eternal flame and sovereign peace. Salam, Malika Ma'at Shawut, Ish. The significance for all caps, ECMYE-IRKR, in parentheses, Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic. The ECMYE-IRKR, all caps, today stands as the living sovereign expression of that very act rooted in space. Bullet, allodial title inheritance of the Ordish-Yamushi peoples. Next bullet, recognition of Treaty of Peace and Friendship, in parentheses, 1786-1787, and Treaties of Uptrip, in parentheses, 1713. Next bullet, enforcement of equity under the Imperial Constitution, in parentheses, 2013-2014, and Directive 0004Z, in parentheses A. 20 June 20th, 2003 to June 20th, 2025, parentheses, 22 years, marks a double decade plus two of bullet, legal and spiritual authority reclaimed. Next bullet, imperial sovereignty reasserted. Third bullet, transition from private identity to public nation-state reactivation. The number 22 symbolizes mastery, alignment, and governmental completion, aligning perfectly with this year's summer solstice, energies and planetary synchronicity of rebirth and revelation. Significant for all caps, IRO-HEM, and parentheses, Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty. The all caps IRO-HEM operates as the central axis of imperial and imperial jurisdiction. As of today, it, first bullet, continues to implement sovereign diplomatic affairs through registered missions and royal seals. Next bullet, uphold autonomous law that transcend colonial impositions. Next bullet, functions under the cosmic civil title of Dweller Emperor, reaffirmed via notice of appointment, notices of accession, and the Great Seal's proclamation. June 20, 2003 is remembered as the spiritual coronation before the visible crown, while 2025 marks the time when that the crown governs, not just symbolizes. Ceremonial affirmation, colon space. Why this matters. First bullet. For non-nationals, small n, colon space, you are not, quote, recognized, end quote, by permission, but by proclamation and action. Next bullet. For diplomats, colon space, this anniversary validates the jurisdictional standing of the all caps ECMYE-IRKR and global legal forums, including the United Nations and UPU. Next bullet. For the Earth, colon space. It marks 22 years of regenerative light, reconnecting land, people, and spirit through the Imperial flame. Closing reflection. Quote, on this day, 21 June, we do not just remember a document, we rekindle a flame, the same flame ignited in the blood of our ancestors at Washaitan, reborn through the pen of the emperor, and now carried by the walking sovereigns of Nama. End quote. All caps, IRO, HEM scroll, Mission Codex 22. We, the Nama Earth Dash Keepers, continually and joyfully celebrate in harmony with our month of Cancer / jellyfish / the moonflower plant, giving gratitude to his Imperial Majesty and all Nama nationals, small n, for their fervent dedication in rebuilding, shaping, and solidifying our sovereign republic. During this Nama summer solstice open call, there will be brief pauses to allow for questions and answers. Therefore, we ask that you adhere to the following house rules, colon space, first bullet. We ask that you keep your mics muted, videos off, and your comments, concerns, questions, or accolades reserved until the designated time to do so. Next bullet. For those logged into Zoom prior to speaking, we ask that you use the raise hand feature and wait for the host or moderator to call for your appellation, in parentheses, name. Next bullet. Please state your appellation, in parentheses, name clearly before asking your question. Next bullet. Please limit your question to a maximum of 2 to allow time for others to present. Next bullet. We ask that you speak clearly and respectfully when addressing his Imperial Majesty. And lastly, please focus on the subject at hand. Note, if you choose to put your questions in the chat, please be clear and concise. We thank you in advance for your cooperation and participation. All right, Ab, if you can proceed to the slide 4 for the incarnation of Samhu. Quote, the oldest independent autonomous attaching kingdom / nation on earth, end quote. The incarnation of Samhu on Ta Mother Earth as his Imperial Majesty, colon space, in parentheses, all caps, H.E.M. colon, decrees and grants limited delegated authority to all nominational small n, 9 executive directors, in parentheses, NEDs, and 9 directors, parentheses, NDs, who are skilled and qualified to operate this sovereign state jurisdiction. The purpose is to implement and advance the modalities of commerce and culture. Variations for the properly formed and operational Republican state. Pursuant to the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, Droit. Today, we showcase some of the miracles of all caps H.E.M. As we revisit as we revisit
The third anniversary for the quote open of the gates of hell. 2022 end quote. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Eesh. Explanation point three
Eesh.
times. You have me out there, you all right? You got caught there, right?
Yeah, yeah, you appreciate you. Need to grab me some water real fast. Okay, I will yield the floor to the moderator to get some questions from the Royal Bio.
Salam alaikum, Ma'ashawoth. I'm your moderator, Benu Bahure. And we do have some questions that we were able to put together from our diplomatic corps team. We're doing something a little different. If the audience has questions, anyone listening, you can put them in the chat. I'll gladly read them. If you would like to ask your questions yourself, you're more than willing to. But we're going to give y'all some questions and some answers so we can give you an idea of where we are and where we're growing towards. So let me see if we have any in the chat to start with on our Royal Bio. We don't have any as of right yet. Anything on YouTube?
Nothing on YouTube as of now.
Yeah, nothing on YouTube.
Okay.
All right, are we gonna read the bio and then get the questions, or we gonna get the questions and then read the bio? Which way we rolling with this?
Yeah,
All
we
right,
can
we,
go
we
ahead.
can we can read it first.
All right, cool. And we do got a question in there. Shajar asked the question.
Okay. All right. So we have. You got it, host?
I'll go for it if you are addressing his question first.
No, we can go ahead and read it first. We can say I'll read the
Okay.
question first.
All right, starting from the top right with the flags, with the banner, we got the absolute royal sovereign. We got the absolute royal sovereigns, emperors, imperial and imperial, the royal flag. Next to that, we have the imperial royal office for his dash imperial dash majesties for the imperial CMYE dash IRK republic gray flag. To the left, we have the Mir dash Moore 48 star of peace, full faith, and sovereign gold dash credit gray flag. And to the left of that, we have the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, national flag with a small n. All right. The Imperial Royal House of Tunica-Thunderfire and the Imperial Royal House of Samsonel-Samurai. Herewith ordained by decree and declare active and in quote force the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, dated 22 January 2024, / notices of accession, the all caps, IROHEM, and all caps, ECMYE-IRKR, / all caps, IMYRS, file numbers, space, NOARAD, / 2024 801 NOAVCLT -802 NOACRTAP -803 NOAC -804. Effective date 13 June 2024. Quote, retroactive to Imperial and Imperial executive missions. Effective date 3 December 2023 to 31 August 2023 / notice of appointment in parentheses amendment and Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s. Effective date 28 June 2023 to effective date 8 January 2023. in parentheses, Imperial and Imperial dash Royal Diplomatic Decree. 2, effective date 21 June 2022, in parentheses, Royal Public Notice and Royal Press Release to the world. 2, effective date 18 March 2022, in parentheses, Imperial dash motu proprio / official royal decree dash public notice to the world, end quote. In harmony with the be it decree dash equity contracts, space, Emperor's directives dash 0004ZA / Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, in parentheses, ECYE-IRK, via Emperor's Directive dash 0004Z, effective date 4 April 2014, per 3 April 2013, / Imperial Constitution of the Continental Orders Yamushi Empire, in parentheses, ICCMYE, space, to Emperor's Directive dash 0003Z, space, notification of diplomatic arrival, notice of apostille, and official dash act of state, effective date 9 April 2009, to Emperor's Directive dash 0001, in parentheses, all caps, ECMYE, small u, capital SA, / all caps, USA, space, effective date 18 July 2007 to effective date 4 March 2004, / claim dash of dash the dash life, in parentheses, CL, to effective date 11 February 2004, / all caps, United States of America, the State Department, in parentheses, minor, dash apostille verification numbers, space, 04010010 and 04010010-1, space, to the ages of the Treaty of Berne and Constitution of the Universal Postal Union, effective date 30 September 2003, quote, retroactive to 9 October 1874, end quote, space, 2, effective date 20 June 2003, / the state of Georgia, in parentheses, major, dash apostille verification number, space, 5604, capital B, all caps, USA, space, to effective date 13 June 2003, in parentheses, Yamasi Mir nationality dash YM, space, to effective date 9 May 2003, in parentheses, Washita Mir nationality dash YM, space, pursuant to the quote, sovereign state, end quote, Yamasee Native American government via Mount Arafat Embassy dash UN, space, 208 dash 1992, small u, capital SA, / all caps, USA, effective date 19 June 2003, in harmony with the quote, sovereign state, end quote, United Washita Didugdamunya dash UN, all caps, space, 215 dash 1993, small u, capital SA, / all caps, USA, effective date 20 March 2003, space, to effective date 28 January 1837, / Treaty of September 16, 1836, space, pursuant to the Constitution for the small United States of America, small u, capital SA, effective date 17 September 1787, space, to the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, effective date 18 July 1787, quote, retroactive to 23 June 1786, end quote, space, to the Treaty of Utrecht, effective year 1713, space, to the beginning of recorded history, / R dash story, as recorded in the stones at Washington dash Washington, just off the Yucatan Peninsula, via the sovereign Imperial Royal Empire, and into the future and perpetuity ad infinitum, droit dash droit, eesh, colon space, smiley face, nunc pro tunc. Then we have the nunc pro tunc and hieroglyphics and Yamashi. Imperial Royal Office for His Dash Imperial Dash Majesty presents His Dash Imperial and Imperial Dash Majesty colon space Emperor colon space Samhu Amini Dash Ray quote Adelo Yi end quote Khufu Dash Ranu Dash Zorak Samson Dash L Protector 8th Marquis Demasan Rule Thunderfire / King Louis the 20th Sovereign, all caps, Crown Prince, colon space, Darius, Zorak, Royal Divine Blood, and Yamashik. Hereafter, all caps, H.E.M. colon space, Emperor, colon space, Samhu, a mini dash Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, smiley face. Ipso jure, ipso facto, inter regnum, de jure allodium, Jus soli, Ju and us hereditatis, Ju and us gladi, Ju and us dash honorum, Ju and us dash imperi, Ju and us dash majestis, and solo proprio for the country of United Space dash States, small s, / Imperial Moorish Almoroccan, in parentheses, a Mexim Empire, via his Imperial Majesty via His Imperial Majesty's Royal Post, pursuant to the Continental Orders Yamashi Empire - Imperial Royal Kingdom. Henceforth, the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United Space States, small s, in parentheses, ECMYE-IRKR, all caps, head of state and missions for the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, all caps and parentheses, IROHEM, exercising plenary civil power upon the land, small u capital SA, per the General United States of America / Republican form of government known as the United States of America, in parentheses, major, including supreme small s authority, imperial and imperial land rights, imperial equity and heritage rights, Imperial and Imperial territorial sovereignty, Imperial treaty rights, capital T, Imperial and Imperial constitutional rights, dominion, autonomy rights, allodium estate rights, Imperial white privileges, venue, amity, commerce, navigation, Imperial small treaty rights, / capital treaty rights, full faith and sovereign gold credit, Westphalian sovereignty, foreign sovereign immunities, jurisdictional immunities of the state, diplomatic immunities, and all constructive agreements / claims and matters relating to the colon space Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United Space States, small s, internal, local, and international affairs for the Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown executive powers via the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, effective date 13 June 2024 per notice of accession for the all caps IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR / IMYRS file numbers :/ NOA NOARAD / 2024-801 NOA VCLT-802 NOA ACRTAP-803 NOA AC-804, dated 22 January 2024, to Imperial and Imperial Executive Missions, dated 30 July 2024, effective date 3 December 2023, to notification of appointment, in parentheses, amendment, effective date 31 August 2023, quote, retroactive to Imperial and Imperial Royal Diplomatic Decree, effective date 8 January 2023 to effective date 21 June 2022, in parentheses, royal public notice and royal press release to the world. To effective date, 18 March 2022, in parentheses, Imperial-motu proprio / official royal decree - public notice to the world, end quote. Pursuant to the be it decree - equity contracts, Emperor's Directive -0004ZA / ECIRK, via Emperor's Directive -004Z. Effective dates 4 April 2014 per 3 April 2013 / ICCMYE : to Emperor's Directive -0003Z / notification of diplomatic arrival, notice of apostille, and act of state. Effective date 9 April 2009 : to Emperor's Directive -0001Z / all caps CMYE, effective date 18 July 2007 to effective date 4 March 2004 / CL to effective date 11 February 2004 United States of America State Department : to effective date 20 June 2003 the state of Georgia, all caps USA : to effective date 13 June 2003 Yamasi Mir nationality : to effective date 9 May 2003 in parentheses Washington Mir nationality : to effective date 28 January 1837 / Treaty of September 16, 1836, in harmony with, quote, the Constitution for the small U United States of America, small U capital SA, effective date 17 September 1787, per trusteeship office of the Moorish Grand Vizier Chair for the ancient empire Al Morocco, effective dates 4 March 1789, all caps USA, and 18 July 1787, small U capital SA, pursuant to Treaty capital T / Ancient Empire of Mexam, in parentheses Al Morocco, effective date 23 June 1787, to treaties of Utrecht, effective
1780,
year
1786. Effective
correction.
date 23 June.
Correction. Effective date 23 June 1786, to treaties of Utrecht, effective year 1713, to effective year 789 / more Mir, end quote. To the beginning of recorded history / r story, as recorded in the stones at Washaitan of the Yucatan Peninsula via the sovereign Imperial Royal Empire, and into the future and perpetuity ad infinitum droid. Eesh. : and now I will yield to the moderator,
You
Benu,
got to read the bottom
for
down here. Royal
question.
bio for his Imperial Majesty.
Oh, excuse me. Royal bio for his - Imperial and Imperial Royal. Excuse me. Royal bio for his - Imperial and Imperial - Majesty : Emperor : Samhu Amini - Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote. Updated 30 July 2024 at 1723.
Eesh. That's gonna have to. I see some. I got to update this one. As the office come out, as I open my office. But good read. All right. So for the world and people listening, 90% of the world don't know how to ask questions. So you read this, and they say, "Why do the emperor need a vowel?" Or what's the purpose of a vowel? So now the diplomatic corps has put together some questions for y'all and answers, so you can understand how to ask the question to get the answer and the explanation, so we can move forward and you can see the real status of a sovereign state. and a sovereign emperor. All right, so who we got? Come on up, let's do it.
All right. So first question we have in the chat. This is from Nanya Shujare, and he asked, "What made Samhu incarnate on Earth, and is Earth special?"
Um, oh boy, you want to go ahead? He gonna make this the whole night. Oh, well, only thing I can say right now, Shajar, is that I haven't fully gathered to that whole system of why. I just know I appeared, came through Shirley, Rose Pridgeon / Sampson, and Joe Lewis Sampson out of Sampson County. Now I had people watching me as I grew up all the time. I always said I had, some of y'all see some of the miracles that happened through this journey. But why did I come? Well, it had to be a time set for me to appear, because when I was dealing with the covenant, the spell that was did back in 1983, 84, they said, well, you know, he came back and put his own spell on him. So that made that journey, my journey, go way back past even the cult, the witches, warlocks, and all that stuff. So, even in Chief Black Eagle, in his meeting me, and we talking. When he first met me, and I told him about the dweller up here on my flag up here, the coat of arms right here. I told him about how he looked when he appeared to me, and he said, "Where I come from, I got 100 million years, 100 million times what he said he came with, which was 900. What do you say he had? What do you say he had?
76 trillion years.
Yeah, 76 trillion million years of knowledge." And he said, where he come from, he got 100 million times that. So that journey is, you came down, you had to set your foundation. You came through the posts, you came through everything, you learned. And then when they came after you, that lit that fire. And you was able to create your own state, get authenticated. And now you recognize around the world as a sovereign emperor. So that had to be something that was planned to do, to come in. And what all the stories they tell you about some God named Jesus and some God named Allah and all this stuff they've been putting in your head for all them years. Man, they wrote that stuff. They wrote that. They can't prove none of it. And people believe that, they got faith in it, they say, but there ain't no salvation, none of it. They'll come to them all. Jesus don't show up, Muhammad don't show up, Allah don't show up, God don't show up, none of them niggas show up. So it's just figment of your imagination. So for me to come here, we going through another zone, and we coming into the new Aquarian age to carry to, so this where we going. So to set my seed up like I got where I come from, I had to come down and raise up amongst you, live amongst you, grow with you, go through the pain, whatever, toothache, headache, cramps, muscle pains, all that, basketball, playing everything, to raise yourself up. But I've been able to do things that it's just not written in the books. I've been able to do things in this life so far that even they say the precious Jesus can't do, or couldn't do. So and so it's still fulfilling itself, Sajah. So we just at this stage of emerging on the world scene, coming to my seat. Like I said 2-3 years ago, it's our 3rd year anniversary. And we figured out it went, and everything dropped on our plate. And so you growing with me, y'all growing with me. So, you understand certain things a different way now, you know. So the purpose is because we're going into another zone that it ain't worth talking about right now, because I got a job to do. And I got my elders. I came and inherited 580 million in mortified beings. I came and opened up the gates of hell. Said our affirmations on live TV across the pond in Scotland and opened up the gates. Free my grandma's soul, and in doing that, I met the master fire deity that nobody talks about. Nobody talks about this guy. They talk about the devil, Shaitan, Lucifer, all that. They never talk about this boy. And so, and you get 580 million, and then he ends up getting your 580 million on your Earth Day. You know, so you just, and so like now you see the 22 years. 22 is still a lot of things that happen around the number 22. And you see all that's gonna manifest around me and this journey. So going forward, a lot of that stuff going to manifest and become known. But right now, it's just we're at this stage, and this Bible, like I said, been out since 2023, and folk out there still don't fully understand. You feel me? They ask questions about it. So now you got the proclamations out, posts out. They just don't understand the authority we got or inherit, what we created and inherited and brought down with me. So remember, I haven't even got into the INRI yet. That ain't even on. That haven't even been. We ain't got that zone yet, but that's in the process of where we getting ready to go now. So I'll leave it at that. All right, that enough?
Copy and thank you. Yeah.
All right. Any more questions in the chat or on YouTube?
I thought there were two in there.
Let me see.
Oh, the other part of that question was, is Earth special?
Oh, right.
Is Earth special? In reality, it's a prison planet. You're in a prison planet. Your belief system is all effed up. The way of life is all effed up. The belief system is all effed up. They form cliques and orders, and on this zone. So you got fraternities that all these people swear to. You know, the Greek fraternities and African American, and then you got the Caucasian people who feel like God look like them, and so they feel like they inherit certain privileges, which I don't know where the hell they get that from. Because the sun can kill you. How you supposed to be special? You got people claiming to be Jews who ain't got no bloodline in your bloodline, and they fighting wars on your land, trying to hide the truth of your existence. And they've been doing that 100 years, 200, 400 years. So now you just at the head right now. So they're gonna fight a nuclear war, so be it. You know, we here now, and like I said before, the beings that come with me ain't no joke. Their time is limited. They already know. So it's already written that it's gonna come down to that head, but everybody's scared because they want a new car, a new house, a new girlfriend, or some more bullshit. They don't mean nothing right now because you're a peasant to the planet. You got 8 billion plus people breathing, and you ain't got no food to feed everybody. You got the elites who don't built tunnels and everything, so they want to survive their bloodline, and everybody else don't mean nothing. So the whole system is screwed. So when the old head said death followed me, so in my mind everybody did because they got to die. They can't pass that. I'm the one who got that to that level, and I only got that when I opened up the gates of hell when I let the master out. So that was part of that gift that come with that prophecy. So they said some guy named Jesus supposed to come. He got the keys. Okay, well we know who got the keys now. But so that whole story that they wrote about this boy named Jesus and Mahdi, it's all based on their conception of religion. Ain't got nothing to do with the facts. And so now I come down and walk and do everything they say these cats supposed to do and more. But yeah, they still waiting on these boys to return. And there's no return. So when you die, you're done. You get blanked. You come back around, but that cycle ends now because we're going into the Aquarian age. So I already you heard me put a spell on the whole world with 3 million a day, deaths a day based on them denying the royal bloodline. So they still fight, you see. So we've been talking about this. Remember, Russia invaded Ukraine. How many days after I opened up the gates of hell? Go count them.
22.
That's right. So and that war's still going on. Now you got American Israel, which, like I said before, that boy there in Israel, he's American. He's not no damn Israel Shiite. He's American. He went to school here, he did everything. He switched his citizenship and run for office. Dual citizenship. So, all it's just hiding your land. So they still want to do the same thing they've been doing, colonialism. But they don't realize we're in a new day and time now. So they can wipe themselves out, or they can live and be amongst each other and as nations, or not. It's just a lot of people get ready to die. So you gotta get used to that. That's just what it is. All these people, all these agents out here, they got these badges on, that's doing all this crime because they got a president who took an oath of office, and they feel like that oath of office is going to save them from hell. Or they act like that oath of office that you take as the president of the United States can save you, or there's some kind of guarantee, way to heaven, because you took an oath of office to be the president of the United States. Bullshit. You see how some of them die? You see, go back, check the record. And then you go look at the Pope, who tell you in the civil order, Pope Francis tell you civil order, every damn president since Abraham Lincoln has been a fraud. So that made the current one is a fraud. Obama is a fraud. All the black folk want to think he's your savior. Bush, all of them. Biden, all of them are fraud. The Pope tell you, I ain't tell you, go read what the Pope said. All right, the land is under the American States citizen in the American States. The corporation is what running it now. They got that big clique going on. Y'all see what happens when you build these type of cliques with the courts, with the post office, with the executive office. Y'all see the clique? And you see what it leads up to. What you got now. All a lie. So I'm here now. So they can't say they can't say they didn't know I was here. They can't say whatever. Because like I said, the fire, I ain't never tell nobody I was nice. They say it that way. You feel me?
Right.
I put up with it because
Right.
everything is set for a time. But you see it closer I get to my seat, you see the sun acting up here, the earth acting up. You see spaceships coming in from places you ain't never heard of. Everybody coming to what? Welcome me back to my seat.
Right.
So whatever that test was, so y'all, that I had to go through, because this is my first time around. You know what I'm saying? So ain't no way I done been here a couple times. No, this is my first time around. And so, I came up, like I said, through the womb, got broom, program, all that food school they teach you in America. Ain't no food school. They don't teach you how to be nothing. They got people, you got all these religious people, Christian, Muslim, they teaching the university and the colleges. And what they teaching? Their philosophy. Have they got them anything? No. Where the salvation at? You feel me?
Right.
So, they ain't got none. See, they got all this hope. And I don't think in that road hope is there. See?
Right.
So you come along, you got a light at the end of the road because you shot your arrow and I went through. But it ain't who they want. It ain't who they don't look the way they look and all that kind of bullshit. See? But it doesn't matter to me because I'm coming to my seat and I know where I come from. So 90% of these folks don't exist. So when I say you're gonna burn out, I say 26,000 years to burn that madness out of you. That's now y'all understand what I said 3 years ago, right? See how bad that shit is? You get discriminated every day in this country over here. So you gotta constantly accept that bullshit. And it ain't no salvation in nothing. But look, the madness, it's gonna keep going into what? You get tired of it. When I get tired of it, you know me, I put a curse out there and shut every damn thing down.
Run it up.
So I'm just being nice right now. Don't let me go curse or make a fire curse. You know what I'm saying? To burn your ass out of existence.
Right.
But we're gonna keep moving. I'm doing my best to be nice. But they want to keep playing with the fire. So, and you see what happens, they keep playing with the fire, it keep getting hotter and hotter.
What's the saying?
Makes sense to you?
F around and find out, right? Appreciate
All
it.
right.
Yeah,
All right, we good?
yes.
All right, come on, Beaton.
All right. And we got another question from one of our other namas, Nanya IMAC. But before I say it, before I read it, I'll say, Emperor, when you say you coming to your seat, we came up with something the other day. Nanya Shajal mentioned it, and we all agreed. You're actually at your seat, but now you're getting ready to sit down.
Facts.
Yeah,
Facts.
I remember y'all too. Yeah, I remember
You
that.
got your robe, you went with the two hands, poof. You
Right.
about
Ready
to
to
sit
sit
down
down,
again.
That's it. Got to sit down.
huh? Well, you gonna have
Hey,
all cameras on when I get ready to sit down there, right?
Hey,
Lights on.
All right, come on, why am I that?
All right. He had IMAC. Would you like to read it, or would you like me to read it?
Yeah, right now I got a little background noise.
Okay, I
Yes,
got you. I got you. He asks, "What is meant by retroactive to the moment of creation?"
Cause my light, that's where I come from. I came from the moment of creation. I mean, I'm a dweller. Like the old man said, he got 100 million times what he got. So if he said he got 763 million years of knowledge, that came from Murdoch, which is the son of Enki, who had all the M's. You feel me? And so, and he tell you, I got 100 million years past that, and they got a record of being here at least 500,000 years now. So you see how far back I go. So you say back to the beginning, guess where I go? Where my light go? All the way back. You feel me? Maybe I'm at.
yes, protector.
All right, cool. That's where you came from too, Mr. John.
The same way. That's why I
that's a,
asked
that's a bomb you just dropped right there, yo. That's a heavy bomb on the world, yo.
it.
A moment of creation, the source, yo. Like that's you got the saying in my crew, yo. Examine the core of your own existence. So people need to do that shit.
You know, what you got to realize that, remember, the cross appeared. Remember, they said 40 million waiting on who when the cross going to appear, who's going to appear too. And they know it appeared to me. So that's the bloodline. So they had to looking for the bloodline. They got all these video, YouTube search for DNA of Jesus. Well, you looking at him. Wait a minute. Let me show my picture. You're looking at him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I got the bloodline. You know me, I ain't fighting it. I had to live with it. I got to live it. Ain't nothing to fight about. I live it every day. Look at everybody. And walking small with a big stick because they looking for some image that don't exist. They painted them an image that don't exist. So I hope that image saved that black ass because my fire ain't no joke. And so they give you all these stories, what's gonna happen in hell, what's gonna happen in the end, all that stuff. They got all these damn stories all the way back to Egypt. They can't come and write my story for me. they didn't come from my fire. They came from a lesser fire. You feel me? And that's why they thought that was the only fire until I showed up. They didn't have no clue there was more fire than what they seen. That's why you see all these cats lose parts of their bodies be joining these like fire orders. You feel me? Because they're looking for that. They want to be a part of what? The royal domain. Or the Elohim, as they say. You feel me? Or the Anunnaki make you feel good. Whichever name makes you feel good.
Right.
Don't make me no different. You feel me?
Right.
All right, so we good? Come on, let's kick it.
Yeah.
All right. Nanya IMAC has one more. He has how does H.E.M. or CAP function as a diplomatic and constitutional monarch?
Our function, well, that's what we're doing right now. You setting the tables. And that's like say you with our diplomatic corps, SoFlo, she's with the understanding you got to get with the document that's already been written. So you got folk out there attempting to say they got an organization or something that want to compete with us. So we move in a state, not an organization or a club or a damn church or some fraternity. You feel me? We run a sovereign state. So that itself is you becoming what I'm doing. So I'm moving the way they bring it to me. The United States had an obligation, and the state of Georgia, to the full faith and credit to come in and assist us in developing the state, but they refused because they realized they gave us more authority than they had. So they got mad, and they still mad. So, you see the little situation we had with Albania where they jumped in to slow that down. You feel me? Because they mad. Because now the word is out. So now they got to explain themselves. So now that the proclamation, Imperial Post proclamation is out. Well, now they got to prove their damn sovereignty, which they can't. So they're a democracy. They ain't no damn sovereign. You got a constitution that ain't got no equity. And within that constitution, they got themselves a president, a Supreme Court, and a Congress who they say hold the purse. Well, under that system since 1871, well, that system don't have no equity, so they make the citizens, whether you like it or not, they make you pay taxes to them. But if you go back and look at the Constitution, it's for corporation. It ain't for we the people. You got people stand there and say we the people, but go check it out. It's really for corporation, because can you be a people without a sovereign state? The United States is not a sovereign state, so you're not real in the eyes of law or international law. You signed on to be a corporation, all cap name. Now you got Moors out there saying they're gonna change their name, all that stuff. That's a lot. That's folly to me. They ain't been able to do nothing. They ain't been able to do nothing for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And they ain't gonna be able to do nothing because they going about it the wrong way. It's like a dog chasing his own tail. We came along and did it our way. It's upset everybody. They were like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. We showed we did it. And so that's why we got our own sovereign state. You feel me? So if you got a state, you got a constitution, they say. They got a Constitution of the United States of America, right? All right, then okay, then where the $100 million in gold at then? Where the equity? See? That's the question people need to be asking. Okay, then so if you got a Constitution in 1789, it was based on $100 million in gold that was lent to the revolutionaries they call now. We know it's terrorists, but anyway, revolutionary who fought a Revolutionary War against the boy over there in England, what was name? George VI, I believe. All right, so where that money at? Where that wealth at? Because they got citizens paying their bills, and they got 36 trillion in debt, and they can't even pay their bills. They do all kind of fraudulent documents called securities and force people to buy securities, for protection of the United States. Protection from what? They don't protect you from death, because all them niggas die around the world constantly. So what the United States is offering type of protection? Military protection? Well, that only can go but so far. And that's all because they want to control other people's energy so that they can benefit and everything else. But you see all that stuff coming to a head now. 36 trillion in debt, y'all ain't wait the fuck up. I mean, you know me. Well, you have to curse him because I felt like it. Anyway, come on. Who else? What else we got?
Any questions on YouTube? All right, if no questions on YouTube, I'm going to go to what the Diplomatic Corps put together, and we have explanations along with it. This first question we have, Nanya, IMAC, it seems to like it would coincide with the question that you had, that second question. So the question is, what legitimizes, my bad, Sam Hu, a mini-Ray, as the Imperial constitutional monarch? The answer is, his appointment is rooted in autochthonous right, divine lineage, and lawful record via Emperor's Directive -0004 capital Z / ICCMYE-IRK. This constitutes plenary power over territory and law. And I'm gonna get to the explanation right now, Emperor. At any time you want to chime in and set us straight.
Got you. All right, I'm with you. You know me.
All
But
right.
what she said, you got to realize when she said Empress Direct 004Z, they talking about ICCMYE, which is Imperial Constitution of the Continental British Empire that was written in 213 and got recognized worldwide April the 4th, 214. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
when she said that, that itself establishes what your answer was.
She said his appointment is rooted in autochthonous right, divine lineage, and lawful record via
There you
Emperor's
go.
dash 0004Z.
See, because you created what? A living constitution. So
Right.
you got a living constitution that's got equity attached to it. See? Everybody else got a dead constitution. They don't have a living constitution. They got a dead constitution. That help
Right.
you out a little bit.
It
Kind of
does.
help, that kind of help everybody out, right?
It does. Because they say democracy under one breath, and then they say our Republican government under another breath. And it's
Well,
like,
they don't have a Republican government. They got a
right,
democracy. They have a Republican Party, but they have no form of fashion of Republican government. They got a democracy. That's two different. That's the word game that they've
right.
been playing for years. So now, so you see the word game. The
Mm-hmm.
word games created what? What they got in the White House now. You see? Seriously.
Right.
The same word came, whether the Democrats were doing it or whether the Republican Party was doing it over the last 20 years. Because I've been on scene 22 years. I've been behind the scene knocking doors down with baseball bat like Fred Flintstone. You remember Bam Bam?
Right.
You know, the big old bat. I've been knocking heads behind the scenes for the last 22 years, and everybody don't know. Best kept secret. Changing policy, American policy, foreign policy. I've been changing a lot behind the scenes. Come on, man. For the Security Council and the UN and the United and the Secretary General and the General Assembly to recognize you as His Majesty, they know you got a sorry venue.
Yep.
Already on record. So all the other cats out here trying to get on record, you already on record. And they can't find no record. They ain't nobody gonna, unless we sign them in, they ain't got time to deal with it. But so that's just how they're selling folly. Having conferences and all this, the more this and that, they ain't got a right to do nothing. That's just them cats that's rigging them people to get money because they ain't got no system to do that. Why have they done in the last 30 years? Nothing. They ain't brought no government, they ain't brought nothing. But challenges to the birth record of their more and in the courts and all that crap. They need some religion. Call themselves Muslim, they don't know what the fuck that means.
Right.
And then you got the Muslims who say, at least they say they ones of peace. Well, that's why they say, but you see what's going on in Middle Eastern right now. So that ones of pieces is out the window. Then you got those over here in America, they say Muslim. They ain't gave that shit no definition. So whatever they is, okay, what they seeking Allah? Because in one breath, they say they want to run the red flag, green star, which belong to the Kingdom of Morocco, internationally known. So if it belongs to the Kingdom of Morocco, okay, then so why you ain't got no contract with the Kingdom of Morocco to be flying their flag? See, so they said, no, we can do this because no, would you rather do this, all that bullshit. Okay. Well, in 1920s, France did have their name on the Moroccan flag. Drew Ali, which is the fifth Marquis de Masson Rouge, and when she accepted his bloodline, well, he had the right to fly that flag like it was because he was out of the de Masson Rouge bloodline, royalty.
Mm-hmm.
But when you let him take him out, stepped up to the plate. So you can't continue to fly that flag because he never systematized nothing. He got a charter in Cook County, Illinois, that created the Moorish Science Temple. With that folly teaching they got, ain't just another religious domain, format. It ain't saved nobody. Hell, it didn't save Drew. So I'm going to teach something that say the master teacher brought the shit. You feel me?
Right.
Oh, I lie at nowhere.
Because that's what they keep linking it to, Cook County.
Well, that's where it's filed at in Cook County.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So they got all of them, whether the Great Seal Mule, all them mules out there with the new flag and all that shit they got out there on the market, and all that crap they selling on Facebook. All of it attached back to who? All of it attached back to the Moore Science Temple.
Moore Science Temple.
All of it. They ain't no more Muslim than you is. They gonna mess around here. What's getting ready to happen since we got our paperwork out there on the market? What's getting ready to happen the next couple months? Is that ICE gonna stop picking them niggas up?
Ooh.
Yeah, I call them niggas. That's what it is. And niggas mean ignorant. Go look it up in the Webster. All right. Now, if you say the nigga means that, you know, they going back to race and it goes before that, okay, we take that part. But the ignorant part, we can leave that to the folk that out here pretending that they got some type of contract or some sovereign or waiting on somebody, you know, somebody to come save them from their damn self. Look at the Savior. They still waiting on Chief Black E to save that dumbass. Chief Black E said he on my ship. But they don't want to believe him, but they worship him, but they don't want to believe him. So we'll show them down the road. Because they can't get on the ship. See? So you see what I'm saying? So it's just out there on the market. You know, look at all the people going to church tomorrow for this cat named Jesus. You know, they ain't got no remedy. It's got hope. And hope, you know, ain't got no damn strategy, right?
No strategy. Nope.
So what else we got here?
All right. So
because
I
look at, you know me, I watch everything. And I listen to people and they have some good conversations sometimes, you know? And you see them on TikTok and all that stuff, posts and stuff. But at the end of the day, what's the last word they say? Thank you, Jesus. If without Jesus, I couldn't do nothing. Well, Jesus, Muhammad, you feel me? I'm like, you know, you was sounding good until you got to that part. Now, you didn't want to listen to that guy come out their mouth.
Nope. Next.
What they're saying,
you feel me?
He was saying on the platforms like TikTok or somewhere like that, where they, you know, talk a good game until the end of their little segment.
They got to have that J in there. Like they gotta have a J in there, you feel me?
Got to. All right, Emperor. So we have our explanation that we came up with to this question. All right, so our explanation we came up with was Samuel Mini-Ray's legitimacy is established through divine orientation, autochthonous descent, and a continuum of lawful acts, such as Emperor's Directive -0004Z and ICCMYE Constitution 2013. These instruments, including multiple recorded proclamations and apostille verifications, establish him as sovereign by right of inheritance, possessing Imperi, in parentheses, sovereign authority, and plenary power across the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic and broader continental jurisdiction.
And that's true. So you got to look at the authority that she's saying, or SOFLO is saying to the diplomatic corps, as y'all stepping out being ambassadors. She's saying, with that authority from the Constitution, see how that authority came from the Constitution?
Mm-hmm.
You see, so look what came from your Constitution, all that wealth and that inheritance, right? All right, then, so where the United States at then? Where can they go trace their Constitution that they claim that they got everybody in control of America, and they claim they got constitutional power to give out oath of offices to have a POTUS position, a Secretary of State position, and say they're the world power? Okay, then where is their Constitution? They got a military world power, which you know the military signed us in.
Mm-hmm.
So and they know they represent what? American States citizens. They only agree to the suits as long as they're by through the Constitution. And now this board is taking it off the Constitution, so you're going down a whirlwind now. You feel me? You so come on.
All right.
Or how deep, how far down the rabbit hole you going, right?
Right. All right. We have a couple more questions in the chat. We have one from Nanyakridu. And he says this is coming from Doranki in YouTube. H.E.M. Why is it important to have an awareness of geopolitical events as they arise, and how are these events relevant to your emergence?
Because I'm coming to my seat. It's going to be a war. You know, America got an announcement to the world. You got a sovereign emperor in America, and then you got a president of a democracy. And the emperor on the land, president on no damn land. So you gotta be you're a state. So you're a state. You got to be included with everything in the state. You got security. You got top secret, over top secret. You know, in our field, you feel me, dealing with the aliens or cosmic brothers that we know exist, and I got contact with. Feel me? So we stay in contact with everything because we know we're coming to our seat. So we have to be aware of everything going on. A lot of stuff in America, we don't bother with it because it has nothing to do with us. That's something dealing with the American citizens who that's who own them. And whether they understand their contract or not makes no difference to the courts because they already swore oath to represent that as a corporation. See, so you're a corporation. So we live beings walking on our land. So we have to be a observer of everything as we in the very near future start talking to the governors of the states within our jurisdiction that's on our property. So we have to, and that's just grooming. And to teach you how to be a diplomat and then teach you how to be ambassador or part top secretariat to move your state with the authority that comes on our royal seal. And so you can talk to anybody. So we got to be observant on everything. And you got to know yourself. That's why these questions that we done elevated up to help the Namas get better understanding of what's happening on the world scene. So when they step out and talk to foreign officials and diplomacy, and you're also learning what? You're also learning that these cats out here that claim to be so damn smart in diplomacy ain't as smart as you think they is, right?
Right. Facts.
So that answer that question?
Does that answer your question, Duranki? All right. So until he gets back with that, we have another question from one of our Nins, Nin Rawa.
His answer came back as yes.
Okay. All right. Gratitude. She says also seems to be a monarchical selection for presidency rather than a voting system.
Oh, all that stuff been bought out since the beginning. I mean, you don't realize it. That's why we don't pay no attention. That mockery they got as voting is just to find out how many people they got in the system that they can count for. As far as them, the vote count, if they ain't got a paper vote count, all that stuff is rigged.
Right.
Outside of a paper vote count, you can rig any kind of machine. So now you know why you want an election, right? And why they want to get away from paper count. So you got that's the only right they got. I mean, it's sad, but the only right they gave them under that contract that they got with the birthright contract, the only right they got is what? Voting rights. They say, no, we got civil rights. Well, they go look up civil rights. Civil rights for what? A building, something dead. So they out here knocking doors down, claiming they got civil rights. That's for a corporation then. Right. What happened to your human rights? You got a declaration on human rights at the United Nations, right? So you got indigenous rights, Declaration of Indigenous Rights for indigenous people of the world, right? All right, then. Your contract says you all cap name, that makes you a corporation. You have no rights. Civil rights, you're like a chair. So you see, so that's how dumbfound the whole American system is set up. That's why the Pope tell you his civil order to Obama back in 214. He said what? He tell you the whole truth. They created what they call another citizen in 1871, right? Because the citizen before that with the Constitution was who? We the people.
Right.
So again now?
Right. The Republic.
After 1871, what happened? Ain't no more we the people, it's we the corporation. That's why what? All the tax breaks go to the corporations. They come and say, we will give you $1,500 off your birth certificate or your Social Security trust, right? But then they come and give the corporation $100 million. So why couldn't they just come and give everybody, since you're a corporation, give everybody $1 million? And they, well, the debt, 36 trillion. What the fuck are you gonna do? Keep going up any damn way. You might well let some folk have a little fun. You feel me? If they want, $1 million, what's $1 million? They come give you 1,500, you shout for joy because you can run to Walmart and get a damn TV. Fuck out of here. Anyway.
Ouch.
You go to the project, dog, you got the most 50-inch TV you ever seen. You feel me? Ain't got near room with a library. They got a damn 50-inch TV screen on it.
Right. And that's funny because I see that happen. They run right
You
in.
see it all the time. Fat ass ride with good rims and all that, gold teeth and all that shit. You know?
Right in
Don't
the
have a
parking.
clue. Don't have a clue what's going on. Thank
Man.
God I believe in Jesus. Okay. All right, come on. What you got?
All right, so we have question 2. If there's no more questions on YouTube, I don't see any more in the chat. And so, question 2. How is use in re propria applied in the bio? Answer. It affirms sovereign control over one's domain and estate without dependence on another's authority. Used here to assert original jurisdiction over imperial and imperial lands.
And when you say original jurisdiction, they're going by the Saints of Maria. That's going all by 1713. If you're going all by to 1513 with the Yamasee, that's assert your jurisdiction of Yamasee with the Yamassee, not Yamoshi. Because Yamasee means you are Native American. Yamoshi, we say American natives. You feel me?
Right.
I mean, we were before the Native Americans. You feel me? So, and then you talking about Washington, they dug the Maya. They dug the Maya. They dug the mounts for Yah. They dug the Maya. So that's the oldest indigenous tribe in the world. So that's under your bound. That's 215, 1993. Empress Vediasi got that done back in the 1990s. You feel me? When she got their 68,000 acres back. See, so she couldn't get no royalty. Why? Because she had to get it from the United States. Spain gave her back the deeds to attach itself back to the De Maison rules, but the United States had to come do what? Give her full faith and credit. You know damn well they were going to do it. So we came along there and when we signed them in as a state. I'm telling you, when we got the Yamasee state, Washington we created our own state. We never do that shit again though, but anyway. That's what happened way back in the 205. You feel me? 201 when we signed that treaty. We signed that treaty, 203, March 20 March 203. We signed the treaty with Washington. Remember, we signed that with my IRK embassy. And the United Washington deducted the monument. That was the Crown Prince Ramsey Bay. So he been the Crown Prince because the Empress Vediasi was in a coma. So he was the Crown Prince. So he had the authority to write in solid in a sovereign state. So you can only sign the treaty, you got land. So Yamasee got land and the Washita got land. So the only 2 tribes in America that the United States don't have nothing over or no control over or no signatures to verify their claim is the Yamasee and the Washita. That's on record. That's a fact, Jack. Now we got both of them under their own sovereign state. So you pick up that inheritance all the way back, and they never can show, the United States can't show they got a legal, lawful, administrative claim over anything dealing with Yamasee or Washington. They dug them on you. You feel me? All right, they help you out a little bit?
It did. I do have a question. You said when we signed that contract with the Yamasee, with the Washita, that was when? March what?
That was 20 March 203. We signed a treaty.
Okay, so that was after nationality.
No, that was before nationality.
What
I
nationality?
was already nationalized with the Yamasi is Kufu Renew Z Santanel.
Okay,
I got that. I got mine going back 202.
I got you.
I just never pulled that one out. But then when I got ECMYE-IRKR, I created my own tribe
Mhm.
by way of Chief Black Eagle and Chief de facto down in Georgia, Chief Black Hawk. Down in Georgia, they nationalized me as Kufu Renew Z Santanel, ECMYE-IRKR. So I created my own tribe. I created my own tribe. You ain't never heard nobody ECMYE-IRKR. You hear Washington Mirror,
Right.
but I created ECMYE-IRKR on that nationality.
Mhm.
It's all proof. You feel me? So that's succeeded. That overcome the ones 202, 203, all them nationality.
Mhm.
That suppressed all them nationality. So that 13 June 203 nationality, that brought you into your own venue. Then you had your own venue with the Washington. So when I created CMYE in 207, 18 July 207, I created a country. You feel me? With that authority because of what? Washington Nation, Yamasee Nation. I created a whole country. Then, because we had the government already, Yamasee Native American government. We had the embassy already, the BMI embassy. We didn't have a country though. You see?
Mhm.
So Chief Black Eagle supposed to came in and systematized the state. He put the constitution on the state, okay, which made it organic. You feel me? And then he chastised everybody else, the family, Latifah them. And because he evidently he wasn't aware that there were 4 families on that contract. You feel me?
Mhm.
See? So you see all the secrecy and lies that them cats was out there following with, end up cutting themselves out of the whole damn contract. You feel me?
Right.
So now you see me come along and reassert the Constitution. Then you see me come along in 213 and file it properly, send it to the proper officials. It had to sit for a year. You seen it sit for a year. And now you got the what? A living Constitution that got equity and gold behind it. You can write off of it anytime you want. Just why you growing into where you're going, right?
Right.
You don't need permission to do it. You don't need a permission nobody to do nothing. You feel me? And
Yep.
y'all know the sad today, so you know the colors are blue and white, right?
Blue and white.
Saturday color is blue and white. Sunday color is white. Friday color is red and white. Red.
Wow. I just so
Today is blue and white. You got white on, you good. I got blue on, we all right.
I got the blue under the shirt, so okay.
That's fine. You right on point there, ain't you?
All right. Gratitude, Mojang. I saw you highlight the bio. It is in there, and I was asking that question because I had to check my important dates to remember, and I don't have that one on there. I got to add that one on there, but it is in the bio. Gratitude. All right.
What y'all got for me?
All right. So the explanation that we got was use in re propria means a right in one's own property. It is used in the royal bio to assert that the emperor governs in his own estate without external dependency. This reinforces sovereign dominion over land, institutions, and governance under imperial and imperial law. Backed by imperial decrees and land inheritance principles. You need me to read it again?
You got people out there mind gone right now, so they don't understand this authority that I got. So you might have to read it again. Even that stuff Mojo said at first, remember?
Mm-hmm.
The first read he was explaining stuff, that might have to be read again at the end. So could have some real heavy stuff he just read. You feel me?
Okay.
So go ahead. Come on.
All right. So the explanation to the question, how is use in re propria applied in the bio? The explanation is use in re propria means a right in one's own property. It is used in the royal bio to assert that the emperor governs in his own estate without external dependency. This reinforces sovereign dominion over land, institutions, and governance under imperial and imperial law. Backed by Imperial decrees and land inheritance principles. All right. Nothing in the chat. Anything from YouTube?
Nothing from YouTube.
All right. Gratitude. All right. Question 3.
So that means you can match what?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Can I be heard?
You can be heard.
Yeah. Moderator, there was a question that was asked previously. I'm not too sure if you saw it, but so let me match with Emperor. The question I have is: can you explain what is full faith and credit? Where does it come from, and what does it do? Can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard.
Okay, cool.
You're on mute, Emperor.
You're on mute, Emperor, if you're speaking.
No, I'm good. What you got?
Okay, a question from Har that was in the chat. He says, Emperor, can you explain what is full faith and credit? Where does it come from? And what does it do?
Y'all want me to explain that, or y'all want to explain that? Need to explain it. Full faith and credit. All right.
Knew that one was coming.
So that's in diplomatic core. So, so all right, so John, I see Mike come on up. Come on.
All right. So full faith and credit.
So you're gonna save him, right?
I guess I have to, right? Full faith and credit is the complete and timely satisfaction of all obligations, in this case, by a republic, sovereign state, right? Which leads to unfettered, in our case, credit, in their case, borrowing, right? Which
Put it
is
this way: read our full faith and credit, and then read their full faith and credit.
yeah, you could do that as well. But in essence of it, right, it allows us, in this case, to be able to have unfettered credit, print our own money to pay our bills or whatever like that. It allows us to write any type of instruments we need to write. And the other part to that was, where did it come from? It came from the United States.
I'll help you out a little bit. All right, so where did the United States get it from? Well, the United States got it from the original white privileges that was inherited through the Grand Vizier of the Moors. All right. So when you go back and check out Morocco, okay, the emperor, sovereign emperor, that authority that the sovereign emperor had is based on sovereignty, land rights. So the United States subjected the vizier chair and created POTUS, or the office of the President of the United States, by the Postmaster General, where the Pope or the Vatican approved the white privileges of the Morocco from the emperor to be inserted into what they call the United States of America for March 1789, when he came out of the Continental Congress and said, what? We got a republic if we can keep it. So the white privileges that they inherited came from Morocco or the emperor. So from that white privileges, they was able to issue the full faith and credit clause, because now they had equity in the Constitution for the United Small U States of America, USA Small U, United States Society of America. All right. Once they flipped it to 1871 through the military, where they still held on the rights of the full faith and credit, even though they had lost all their treaty powers and everything that was inherited they got from the Pope or the Vatican, England, and France, when they knew the Moors was conquered, and they conquered the vizier chair. Remember, they had the emperor had a vizier chair, like president chair, we call it vizier, and they had sovereigns, and they had a recording service. Okay, so that's why you got 6 floors on the White House to this day that houses all the Moors record or the IRK. Okay. So I put my crown on a little bit, but I had a rough day today, so I ain't gonna take it rough. Just overwork myself working out. Forget I'm young and shit. You feel me?
Immortal.
Push myself a little far sometimes. And then so you look at the full faith and credit, you should be able to find it also a clause where they say they got borrowing power. See, we got credit. So your full faith and credit is different. But we got to create our own. So the full faith and credit clause that they use is, operate as a sovereign state, and for debt, we have credit on ours. So
Right.
all right, so should y'all read the full faith and credit you're reading while ago, just like it is? That you started on a while ago with.
My bad, I wasn't reading it. Full
Oh,
faith
you
and
that
credit.
was coming off the top of your head. You all
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Full faith and credit is
Okay.
the complete and timely satisfaction of all obligations by a country, which leads to unfettered borrowing and the printing of
Trading power.
and trading power, creation of money to pay their debts, and pledging complete trust. I think I left something out.
Right.
Yeah.
See, so I see Bakari Ray put an article. You can find it in what you got over here in chat.
Or you can find this, I think it's in our
That's from the executive mission.
mission. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in there.
The
He posted
footnote.
it in there.
Oh,
But he said right here, and I think Bob put this in here. He said the full faith and credit clause found in Article 4, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution requires each state to respect the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. This means that states must generally honor the laws, official documents, and court decisions of other states. The clause ensures a degree of legal consistency and cooperation among states. So that's why you can't go in one state and do something and run to another state. You feel me?
right. That also,
Huh?
no, I was gonna say that also goes to the apostolic authority. Where if you write something
Exactly. Can't no state sit in the seat of another state, right? Acts of state or yeah.
to it, yep.
Yeah, to wit, right.
And I have some more I can read to add on to it.
Come on.
All right. Full faith and credit is a legal, diplomatic, and constitutional principle that ensures the official acts, decrees, contracts, and records of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic are recognized as valid, enforceable, and sovereign both domestically and internationally. It originates from treaty law, international authentication protocols, and the organic Imperial Constitution, and functions as a guarantee of jurisdictional integrity, enforcing the sovereign authority of the emperor and his instruments across territorial boundaries. Explanation. Origin of full faith and credit. The phrase traces back to Article 4, Section 1 of the 1787 U.S. Constitution, which requires states to honor the public acts and records of other states. In the imperial context, it is invoked and transcended through the Imperial Constitution of the Continental Yamashite Empire, in parentheses ICCMYE, the Treaty of Berne, 1874, and the Universal Postal Union Charter, numerous apostille authentications from U.S. states, e.g., Georgia, Pennsylvania, Maryland, constructive agreements between imperial entities and state institutions. What does this mean for ECMYE-IRKR? For the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, full faith and credit establishes legal authority and sovereign recognition of its decrees, seals, credentials, treaties, and institutions. It ensures the international admissibility of Imperial Acts, e.g. through apostille number 04010010, Georgia number 5604B. Functions as a jurisdictional shield, protecting imperial law from foreign encroachment. Legal and diplomatic effect, it validates jurisdictional independence from U.S. federal and state frameworks, provides global recognition under international law, in parentheses, UPU, UN declarations, empowers the Imperial Royal Office, IROHEM, all cap, and Imperial ministries to act with binding diplomatic weight, solidifies nominationals as protected entities with secured rights under sovereign law. When full faith and credit is applied, e.g. to sovereign bond, imperial decree, or diplomatic mission, it affirms the emperor's status as a recognized head of state. It guarantees that imperial documents carry legal force, whether at consulates, tribunals, or financial institutions. It ensures imperial actions are not voidable, and deniable by other parties once it is recognized. The statement on our own certificates, full faith and credit, quote unquote, it is acknowledgement of the state's certificate to the document and has sufficient legal value through state and federal levels for use in other countries and in this country. United States.
Right, it ain't levels, it's severals.
We thought that was a typo at one point.
Nah, but see, they made sure it's a typo. See, because in law, typos is granted, but the United States being de facto, they had to put a typo in there because they don't have real sovereignty.
Okay.
Also, it comes from the de jure side of things. If you go back and read the earlier documents, they use the S and the L at times, or S and another letter at times, interchangeably. So you got to keep that in the writings.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
You're welcome,
All
man.
right, so I got another question here from Ha. He's saying that what is the genesis of the document Imperial Royal Post Great Seals Proclamation? That's on the ECMYE-IRK's website. Does it relate to what happened to you around 30 September 2003? It has 100%. And so what actually happened to you at that time? Well, on 30 September 2003, the post office came with a false arrest and tried to say that we was embezzling $280 million from the U.S. Post Service to restart the Nubian nation, which was the most bullshit ever heard. What really happened was that they came out to me, kept coming out to me, EEOCs, and we were going back and forth to the point where we had to create our own damn state to fight these clowns. Other than that, you had to submit to the will. And so to this day, I got eight plus EEOCs that they can't win. So when we created the state, we informed the post office that Darius Tar Sampson, who they hired, is now owned by Khufu Ranu Z. Sampson L, quote, Thunderfire, end quote, and he got jurisdiction under two states, sovereign states, the Embassy Native American Government, Mount Embassy, and the Washita Deduct the Monument. Okay? So we sent them an apostille, and let them inform them. So they responded, which they weren't supposed to. They responded to the secure party, me, the holder, the sovereign, and they said that Khufu, with Darius Tar Sampson, had to come to work at the USPS distribution center, Duluth, Georgia, and abide by the rules and regulations, which he was already doing. So, no problem. And so then they sent 200 managers down to Atlanta to find out who signed in two secure parties of their own state, which was me and Amun Raphael. And then they came with a false, well, okay, so in the $289 million lien that Amun had put on them, they tried to act like we was embezzling, but actually that was a lawful legal lien that Amun put on them based on a court case he won against the post office in 2000, 1999, 2000. So he put a lien on them for $289 million, which the labor relation manager up in Duluth, Georgia, what was his name? I told y'all, David Lamb. That was his damn name. David Lamb, look at the name. He was the head of human resources. So he hid all our files. He hid everything down in Georgia, but they didn't know we was also informing DC. That's how when Colin Powell went in to get the when he went in to authenticate the state, that's how my name was at the State Department, because I was already fighting the post office, and we were sending stuff up to DC, just like we were sending stuff down to Georgia. So once they seen that Amun gave me a $9 million lien, a tender, a tender. So I went to the Atlanta Postal Credit Union up in North Metro, and I deposited into collections. And for them to go collect my $9 million that was attached to that $289 million. So that made they had to pay that $9 million lien within what, 15 damn days. Because Amun activated that lien against them. And so when they seen they had to cash that out, they came with that false arrest because they said they had to get a hold of it. So they came at us so hard that it scared anybody who wanted to go down that route again. Okay? Because they were trying to figure out who was Bonnie and Clyde. They said we learned how to rob the bank legal, lawfully, and administratively. You feel me? And so they came with that false arrest. All right, so from that, they paid the courts to prosecute us. And when they arrested us, they already had convicted us for 10 years. We already had 10 years. We ain't been to court yet. We ain't had a bond hearing. That case was already settled because they had to get out of that contract by all means necessary. Because the post office was involved. So when I won that contract, y'all know what happened. Doors open and all kind of magic happened in the court. They got that on tape. They ain't gonna never show y'all. But I know the bar got a whole handful. So I won that case without attorney, based on the full faith and credit that we had. So that's so within that time we were studying David Miller, and we call it quantum language, truth language. And David was, well, we went into court. When they came out to us on that case, with that fraudulent case, I told you, 30 September 2003, that false arrest, we transferred that case over to the federal district. So when we transferred that case over to federal district, we had 48-star flag in our paperwork going into the district court down in Atlanta, Spring Street. So one day when Miller got word up and the jurisdiction that we had, he got summons to the Rothschilds, England, and all them because of the truth language was quantum physics, quantum language. And so it had to be a noun. But all the money, silver, gold, and all that is based in verb. So with David got them, with the money had to be pure, silver currency, which is all of them couldn't prove. England, France, Spain, Portugal, Australia, all of them, they couldn't prove their sovereignty as a true sovereign because they have already, England too included, they already violated their own sovereignty by creating currency in a verb. So now they had to come out and show a true blood right link to the land. So that's why we did a claim of life, because now you blood attached to the land, indigenous. So David taught us when we was coming through 0405 to copy claim all the flags that we did, 48, Washita, Yamasee, everything. United Washita, with the Constitution flag, the 6 point, all that. We copy claim everything. So in his process, they had to reactivate in 2005. They reactivated the 48-star flag unbeknown to everybody in the world. So when David got word of them activating the 48-star flag, he went over to Geneva to attempt to copy claim the 48-star flag the same way he copy claimed the 50-star flag in 1999, for those who know. Because after he copy claimed in 1999, remember the Supreme Court came out and said what? There's no constitutional court. It's not a constitutional court. They did that in 99, for those who know. So you know what he did now. So you see all that fraud they got going on at the Supreme Court. So when David copy claimed, tried to attempt to copy claim the flag, the court, the head answered him the same day. He ain't never answered that quick. He filed that morning. He said he had an answer for noon. Courts don't answer that damn quick. You feel me? So, excuse me. Not me, picture. So, he called us. When he came back, he got summons to the Board of Governors. And they want to see what kind of damage they was in based on that $289 million lien that Moon had put on their book. And now they got a lien against, I got a lien against them now because they came with me with that false arrest. And you know, my security agreement ain't a joke. So now my lien was more than a Moon. So David said, he said, I just left out of the Board of Governors conference room, and he told us that a Moon had a seat and I got a seat with our names on plaque sitting in front of the desk on the big board of the table. And he said, you can hear a pin drop when you mention your name. Talking about me. So, you know, Moon like, what happens when they mention my name? He said, well, the contract you got, they can readjust that contract, you know, that it was a judgment. He said, but Khufu is the only one that can lawfully, legally, and administratively operate that sovereign state y'all got. See? There wasn't nobody talking about no sovereign state, what we had created. But David Miller and Tucker, because they understood the 10-year window and everything that was going on with that apostille that we got signed in, Colin Powell signed in 2004. You feel me? 11 March, February 2004. So they signed in a state. So that's apostille number one. So now they got to deal with us just like they deal with Iran, the same way they deal with Israel, same way they deal with Russia, state to state. So but we foreign nations in our own country. Where your state at? The whole United States is our state. It's on our land. They drew invisible lines, Georgia, South Carolina, California, Texas, all them invisible lines on your land. So now the true sovereign come out and claim all the land. So now you got to go deal with the states. Why? Because they're on your damn land. That's why when Albania came over here and found out about us, and they came with to get some clearness on this sovereign emperor, but the first time they heard it, Biden said what? Oh, we've been knowing about him since Obama years, remember? We don't mess with his government, and thank the Lord he don't do what? He don't mess with our government, which let you know why you are the best kept secret. Then they went to the UN and found out what? You head of state, you his majesty. So now they just waiting on us to move your state. That's why we coming out the way we're coming. So that that go all the way back to why you in the proclamation, Constitution, you got 2 seats already at the Board of Governors. So it ties right in because you also got a 20, almost 30, $40 billion lien against them, a true bill against them for the damages since 30 September 2003. They agreed to pay the sovereign $1 million a day, and they agreed to pay the corporation $900,000 a day. Oh no, they agreed to pay the sovereign $9 million a day. Sorry, excuse me, counsel. I'm about to try to look clear and safe. And they agreed to pay the corporation $900,000 a day. So I'm getting paid right now until they settle. They can't take me off the sheet. I'm always gonna be on the sheet. It ain't won't be Khufu, we'd be Darius Todd Sampson. But they can't even take me off of the sheet at the post office. But they got debt they got to pay. That makes sense to you? I know I'm looking rough.
Yeah, makes sense, Emperor. Yeah, gratitude. Gratitude for explanation. Had another question.
All right, that help you out.
That helped me out. Thank you so much. Gratitude. Yeesh.
That should help everybody out, right? Because I ain't explained that way in a long time, right?
No.
Right.
It came clear.
All right, come on. What else you got?
All right. Let's see. We have no more questions in the chat. So, all right. So can I do, we have a number of questions for the bio. I would like to
Oh, come
do.
on, let's run down them. So
Oh,
that way
run-
people understand what a bio means and
Okay.
what it, so you can help grow people. Because we need assistants coming down the road. You know how many officers, how many seats we got to fill. There ain't no way in hell y'all gonna fill all them seats. Some of y'all some of you were already wearing 2-3 hats. You feel me?
Right.
So, but we just ain't got the time to bring people and they start in kindergarten. You
Yeah.
feel me?
Right.
When you got all this information out here. So to help them understand how to write a question, how to formulate a question, okay? And so in the Definitive Core, y'all to elevate it up to that level so that you can get the questions, proper questions that dealing with your sovereign state. And then you get the proper answer and you get the explanation. So that way it leads to what? Factology. So
Right.
you ain't living in that theology world no more. You living in that factology world because everything you write and what you're doing and how you're traveling is dealing in facts. You feel me?
Right.
So come on, read them then.
All right. So the next question is, what does, quote, nunc pro tunc, end quote, mean in the context of his rule? Answer, quote, now for then, end quote, used to assert legal retroactivity of authority back to foundational dates, including 1836, and as far as ancient treaties like Utrecht, 1713. Explanation, nunc pro tunc, quote unquote, Latin for now for then, is a legal doctrine used to retroactively assert authority to an earlier date. It is frequently cited in the decrees and notices of accession, applying sovereignty from key foundational moments such as 2004, in parentheses, claim dash of dash the dash life, in parentheses, 2003, parentheses, Treaty of Bern / UPU, and back to ancient dates like 1836, 1713, Treaty of Utrecht.
Right. So when they say that, say 30 September 2003, because I won the case. And once I won the case, it retroacted back to the time they came with a false arrest. So that's when we was attached to the Treaty of Bern because the United States Postal Service lost their sovereignty to me. Because a sovereign can't step on another sovereign and lose. So by them being a sovereign entity, that's why they ain't got no plates on the car, even though they got the United States Postal Service is under the president, office of the president. Remember, that's the Postal Service. That's all cap Postal Service. Then you got the United States Post Office, which is sovereign. That's why you see DeJoy get out there so quick when he said, "Well, he gonna bring in that group that Elon them created. That
those, right,
As soon as he said he was bringing those in, he was out the door within 72 hours.
right,
Because they got records that those ain't never gonna see. You feel me? So because they go all the way back, remember the Postmaster General, Benjamin Franklin, is the one who created the office of the President of the United States.
From the Grand Vizier.
Don't believe me? Go check it out.
Right.
So now the post office lost their sovereignty based on the Universal Postal Union, okay, based on 1951 when they surrendered their authority over to the office of the President of the United States to give him the head boss at the UPU based on them being a world power. Okay? So the other part of sovereignty of the post office was in the post office, and then they able to create that post service. That's why they always in red. You feel me? Because it's a waste. It's a waste. You know, but a waste. They just waste. They just waste. I mean, they waste $2 billion a year at least. Just waste. So they always trying to increase stamps. Hell, they ain't doing control that damn waste. I mean, they throw away two plus billion a year in waste. I mean, you got managers out here who got posted credit cards, as long as they don't go 500, it don't even draw a flag. You feel me? So how many managers out there you think ain't paying their rent or their travel fees and their personal cars and gas and all that stuff because it ain't showing on the register?
Is
Unless
that
it's $500 more. You feel me?
is that monthly?
They might have cut it down now since they got busted when we came in. Remember, I told you they sent 2 of the managers down to a post office in Atlanta.
Right.
And got rid of a lot of managers, Southeast regional, all that. But so I know they changed the retirement for people who had cost the post office, you know, lots of money, and then they retired. They changed all that up. So I don't know if they changed the allotment fee up, the the fee that these managers have when they got their posted cars.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because they got a credit card. You're a manager, you get a credit card. And they charge everything. They ain't pay their rent on them damn cards. You feel me? So that's just waste. So that's where you get that $2 billion in waste from. They still making 80, 100 plus thousand a year.
Right.
But they're using the postal credit card to pay every damn thing they do. Eat, gas, everything. See, so that's total waste.
Right.
So that's that crooked system they got. That's why you seen that board in DC now attempting to bring it over to the House of Commerce, which ain't gonna do no better because it's waste. They just a company of waste. You know what I'm saying? And it's been going so long, you know, the newcomers come in, you know, they want the benefits. You feel me?
Right.
But, you know, but you coming out to the post office because you're a sovereign. So when I won a case against them without any attorney, okay, they lost their sovereignty. So they automatically attached us to what? Universal Postal Union.
Right.
Lifelong contract. Remember, I'm making $900,000 a day for the corporation, $9 million a day for the live being, the secure party, the sovereign. You feel me? So that's getting added up every day until they pay. They ain't gonna carry that bill to Congress. I mean, say to the commerce, because everybody in the world gonna know they gotta pay that debt now. You feel me? See, so you saying how they gonna pay the debt? They broke. Well, we got ways to make them pay. We got ways to make them pay and turn it into credit on our behalf. You feel me?
Right.
But they ain't got no money to pay me no way, right?
Right. That's right.
You look at our dollar sign, we use 2 stripes. They still using 1, right?
Right.
So they got to pay us in real-time money or real-time loop. Feel me? They ain't got no real-time loop. You think they'll pay us in fiat money? We don't need that crap. What are they going to do with that fiat money? As the old man told me a long time ago, right? He said, what? They could just give you a purple car, black car, whatever, that's unlimited because they can never pay you what you're worth. And that's what we at now is y'all moving your state out. You feel? That makes sense?
Makes sense.
All right. I yield. That enough for you?
Does that answer that?
That was good. You asked me.
Right. All right. Moving on. All right. Next question. Why is the Treaty of Peace and Friendship critical to his credentials? Answer. It confirms historical diplomatic relations between the Moors and the U.S., providing lawful and legal recognition for sovereign status under international law. Explanation. This treaty, parentheses 1786/1836, formalizes recognition of the Moorish/Moorish people by the U.S., establishing a historic diplomatic bond. It's invoked, I don't think that's written right. It's invoked to reinforce the emperor's international legal standing as sovereign and to validate that Moorish nationals are foreign to U.S. federal jurisdiction, a foundation of the Nama sovereign status. I'm going to read it one more time. Question: why is the Treaty of Peace and Friendship critical to his credentials? Answer: it confirms historic diplomatic relations between the Moors, and the U.S., providing lawful and legal recognition for sovereign status under international law. Explanation: this treaty, parentheses 1786/1836, formalizes recognition of the Moorish people by the U.S., establishing a historic diplomatic bond. It's invoked to reinforce the emperor's international legal standing as sovereign and to validate that Moorish nationals are foreign to the U.S. federal jurisdiction, a foundation of the Nama sovereign status. Any questions from YouTube? And I'm checking the chat now.
Quick comment.
Go ahead.
No question.
That just goes back to interregnum, right? Talk about the times of uncertainty, and when so he nut pro tonks, and he tells us that, yo, I'm able to pick up my predecessor's flag. You feel me?
Mhm.
All of that right there in that statement, right? All the way up to the point where we go, or he goes, understand that you're foreign nationals in your own country, in your own land, right? That's what we are, foreign nationals. Why are you foreign nationals? Because you separated from the corporation, right? The whole planet is going through a time of decolonialization. Well, guess what? We're going through the same process ourselves as a state, right? We have separated from the colonializers, right? We separated from the de facto system, right? Why? Because we're the de jure. And that statement just picks up from a de jure point of view, if that makes sense, right? From a de jure point of view, moving forward, that's our status, right? Indigenous beings all the way through and through on this planet, de jure status, separated from the corporation, right? Separated from the colonial construct programming, able to write your own way, our story. I yield.
Right, gratitude. And like this question was asking, why is the Treaty of Peace and Friendship critical to his credentials? Is because it on record it shows that treaty was between Al-Marak, which was over here, and the only ones over here from genetic tracing, blood tracing, it was us. So it proves our validity for being over here as the indigenous of the Americas. So it's critical.
And just to piggyback off what you said, and it proves, right, that it was what over here? An emperor.
Right.
Right? Back to interregnum, right? Picking up that when you nut pro-tunk something, that interregnum status allows that transfer, as we would say, of power of the time of uncertainty. Why was there uncertainty? Because you got the de facto powers ruling the land right now. Feel me? They call it a democracy. You see what I'm saying? And even on that side of the pendulum, what? You go back to the de jure side of that, going back to the post office, you feel me? Back to the emperor who lent the gold, which the Constitution equity is based in, a debt owed. You feel me? So it all ties in.
That's real.
All right, yeah, and to finish up that question earlier, okay, so Dave Wynn Miller, he went over to Geneva to copy claim the 48 star flag, and he got a note, he got it back before high noon. And I didn't finish it a while ago. He said the order was that no man, white, black, Indian, yellow, green, purple, whichever name made you feel good, can copy claim the 48 star flag except the mirror dash more. Only one. Said because the United States owe a debt to the Moor or the mirror, okay? And until they pay that debt, they're not allowed into the international arena. which is the International Court of Jurisdictional International Norms. So that's why you see the United States violating so many international norms. Why? Because they're not registered under the international. That's why you see Putnam and all them saying that they're the renegade state, corporate state, and they use that money. What was that? What was the name of that? What's the name of that? So John, what's the name of that they signed?
Brentwood.
What was it?
What, the Bretton Woods Agreement?
Bretton Woods Agreement.
Brentwood Agreement.
Yeah, what's the name of it again?
The Bretton Woods Agreement.
Yeah, the Bretton Woods Agreement. There you go. I think you said Brentwood. No, the Bretton Woods Agreement, where the United States, the dollar became the currency of the world. Okay, so we're not under that jurisdiction, and so they established all that because you remember in the district courts of the United States, you got an international arena. Remember, because I carried the state of Georgia to international court in Tennessee. At that arena, you got to know how to file it and know how to do it. And I carried the state of Georgia there for what? The lottery case I won, but they refused to pay me because I'm not in the system. So they took me completely out of the system. So I won the lottery. They said you can cash it out and you got international ID. So I gave my international ID and they still refused to pay me because they wanted me to pay taxes and they didn't understand about the contract that Georgia had to create it. And then they tried to come in court and try to say that the embassy had only one, and they realized they were more through that case. They realized that Cooper got his own damn sovereign state. See, that's when you see me taking me international court right here in the United States because they got a division. All chief judges of the district courts have to be schooled international law. You feel me? So they don't want to go to the international court at The Hague. Okay, so. That's what it is. That made sense to you. So that's why David said when he went over there, they did what? They activated the 48 star flag, reactivated it, and because of the gold is under what? The flag. That's why you see on our paper up front, right there in front of you, you say what? 48 star flag is what? The flag of peace and what? Sovereign gold dash credit.
Right.
You see? So that help you out? That help everything out? Get it cleared up?
Yes.
Yes, it does. Anybody have any questions? I don't see any in the chat. Anything on YouTube?
No
Yep.
questions in YouTube.
Yes, it's clarity. All right. All right, gratitude, Emperor. We just did that next one on the peace and friendship. So I'm going to move on to the one after that. All right, we have what global instruments were invoked for sovereign standing? Answer: Apostille verifications, UPU Treaty, 1874, and the Charter of the United Nations are utilized to assert standing as a de jure sovereign recognized globally. Explanation: Apostille verifications, state and federal levels authenticate imperial declarations. Universal Postal Union Treaty, UPU, all cap, 1874, grants global recognition and mailing sovereignty. Charter of the United Nations is cited as part of international legal instruments acknowledging imperial diplomatic status. These collectively underpin de jure sovereignty, substantiating jurisdictional independence. All right, we'll read that one more time. What global instruments are invoked for sovereign standing? And remember, to the audience, this is referring to the bio. So in the bio, what global instruments were invoked for sovereign standing? Apostille verifications, UPU Treaty, 1874, and the Charter of the United Nations are utilized to assert standing as a de jure sovereign recognized globally. The explanation. Sovereign verifications, and at state and federal levels, authenticate imperial declarations, which they did. The Universal Postal Union Treaty, UPU, 1784, grants global recognition and mailing system, which is what the emperor just was talking about. It was at 30 September 2003. And the Charter of the United Nations is cited as part of international legal instruments acknowledging imperial diplomatic status. These collectively underpin de jure sovereignty, substantiating jurisdictional independence. Double check that. Keep my little notes. Yep, so 30 September. All right. Next question. And this question is key because this is where we at right now. What is the role of the Imperial Royal Office? In parentheses, IRO-HEM. Answer. IRO-HEM executes the Emperor's decrees, ensuring the implementation of diplomatic, administrative, and spiritual governance on behalf of the Imperial and Imperial Crown. Explanation. The IRO-HEM, all cap, is the operational body that executes all imperial decrees from H.E.M. all cap, including spiritual, diplomatic, financial, administrative mandates, and administrative mandates. It enforces the royal constitution, engages international bodies, and protects imperial interests worldwide. And that's exactly where we are, where we're coming into right now, which is very exciting for me, because I'm watching it happen live in real time. Any questions on that?
You're part of the whole story. That's why I told you to write your own bio, right?
You did. You know what, Emperor, is that you say that? My daughter, she was like, for Father's Day, she said, well, hey, I want to get you this. I had something else in mind. She saw, and it was a book it was an empty book, but it was a journal for dads where it had little prompts in there for you to write down your story and your legacy and this, that, and the third. And I said, yeah, well, I already started it because, I wanted something else, but it was like, I already started it. So, but if you want to send it, I didn't want to take it from her. If you want to send it, go ahead and send it to me, but you're right. And that for you to say that after she just sent that today, it's key. And that's a sign for me to make sure I go ahead and start putting everything together.
Yeah, because when they come to write the movie, we start making movies about my story. Well, you got to have characters within my story. And y'all done came in and fitted a lot of characters and have grown yourself because you had to learn you had to adjust yourself and being a de facto citizen to a foreign national country. And it ain't easy as a lot of you thought it was because you got to put the work in.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to, you don't know how deep you is or you was attached to the church. You don't know how deep you was with, Islam or whichever road you traveled on. Mm-hmm. But when you gotta shut that down and give it back to them, it don't sit right with a lot of people because they really want somebody to die for them or they really feel like they got some spiritual being assisting them in their journey, not realizing that the only help they're going to get to enter the damn arm. So they calling out fictitious entities, not realizing that they that entity themselves. They got to learn how to look at the mirror what? A certain way. Mm-hmm. See? So because that's what y'all had to do, right?
Right.
So it's simple to say, oh, you close the book and just give it back to them. Oh, yeah, I did that back in 2003, 202. You feel me? I thought I lost my mind. I ain't need nothing. Jesus ain't come and did nothing. I did all that myself. Their God came at me. I shut him down. They brought Jesus at me. I shut that nigga down. They brought Allah at me. I shut that nigga down. And then I come up to 28 January 2022, and I said, where these niggas at? And he said, what? They vacated their posts.
when you showed up. And whatever you need, they already got you in your, when I moved the whole ocean. Remember I moved the whole ocean? He said, whoever you is, you got everything you need to get to where you need to go. And that's where we at right now. You feel me?
Right.
So I thought I add that into you, right?
Gratitude.
All right.
All right. Anything from YouTube?
This just deal with the bio that we ain't got down to the proclamation, policy, declaration of the world, right?
Nope, not yet. We got about maybe, let me see. We have 4 more, and then we'll be finished with these.
All right, come on, let's get going.
All right.
Assalamu alaikum. No question from YouTube.
Okay. Gratitude, Nanya.
I know you better come Malikum. Some damn Malikum. Come on.
All right. Next question from the Diplomatic Corps. How is ancestral memory positioned in the bio? How is ancestral memory positioned in the bio? Answer. It is an epistemological, which is the study of knowledge, and legal source of power framing governance as both a remembrance and reactivation of divine and inherited mandates. Explanation. Ancestral memory is recognized as both a legal and spiritual source of jurisdiction. The bio frames governance not just as political, but as an ancestral activation, a return to divine order through memory of the Olmec, Me'urish, and Yamashi lineages. This positions knowledge as a living legacy, which I can understand how we have a living constitution.
That's right. Only one on land.
Right. I didn't think about this. The protective favorite term to us early on was remember, right? Because who came and taught us? Who's teaching us all these things? Even though they're supposed to assist us, we got to go in ourselves, know thyself, right? And remember, right, to be able to assist. You did? So in terms of, what's being said, yeah, that makes sense. That's what we've been doing, right? We ain't got no choice in the matter. So, yeah.
It's facts. All right, next one. How does the bio use the term autochthonous? Answer. It refers to native-born sovereignty rooted in the land, not granted by colonial powers. It distinguishes nominationals from 14th Amendment U.S. citizens and U.S. citizenship. Glad I'm getting off that ship.
You might need to read that again, because you got a lot of so-called Moors out there thinking they not a United States citizen because they got some fake ass nationality out there on the market. But you talking to everybody who got a birth certificate. If you got a birth certificate in the United States, whatever state you from, even in Israel, because that's a state of the United States, whether you want to believe it or not, that's up to you. You are considered a what? A 14th Amendment citizen. That's why you heard them tell that boy there in the White House now, saying there ain't nobody outside of that what law, because everybody's what? 14th Amendment citizens. Except for who? Nominationals, because they are foreign nationals in their own country, and they not under that jurisdiction. They eliminated that jurisdiction back in 2004 when Colin Powell said what? The United States is big enough, we can handle it, right?
Right. All right.
We don't really know what we're getting ourselves into here, but the United States is big enough, they can handle it, right?
Right.
All right, so why they scared the hell in there?
Can't.
They didn't know you were that damn big, right?
Right.
And when Obama came along and said, what? Yo, dog.
The state is a
cruise ship, not a speedboat. Everybody ran out there talking about Bush this, Bush that. Obama came in and says, active state. And then they realized what active state was. You heard to get real quiet. You hear him say, they got real quiet, didn't they?
Yep.
Then he came back in one of his speeches and said, what? When there's a cruise ship, he said that ocean liner. Then he came out and said, shit, it's a damn aircraft carrier.
All of them, right.
He said, damn. They see, and they don't realize that's why I had to walk small with a big stick. See, they don't want you to be loud and get out there and try to save the world. No, that wasn't my job. My job was coming here to systematize a sovereign state and reclaim my sovereign seat, not just on Earth and the cosmic too. You feel me?
Right.
And that didn't manifest until I came through and did it. It wasn't no written plan that you had to follow. You created as we were going, and we still creating as we're going, right?
Right. Right. And me personally, I appreciate how you safeguarded it and didn't just let any and everybody in there like that. Whereas you got these other situations out here, these groups that just let anybody in there and they have no control over it, where you were a true guardian with ancient valor at the gate and you didn't just let anybody walk in, you didn't pass out all kind of IDs, and it just kept it where it's at to where it can function and operate properly like what we're doing now, and it's tight, and I like that. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna read that question again. How does the bio use the term quote, autochthonous, end quote? Answer, it refers to native-born sovereignty rooted in the land, not granted by colonial powers. It distinguishes nominationals, small n, from 14th Amendment U.S. citizenship. Explanation, quote, autochthonous, end quote, signifies originating from the land itself, not by immigrant or colonial grant. The emperor's bio emphasized that Nama, national, small n, are indigenous and land-rooted, thus sovereign by nature, not under U.S. federal jurisdiction nor 14th Amendment citizens.
Well, that's got to be about the heaviest piece you done said today. Come on.
All right. I guess they'll let me know when there's something coming from the YouTube. Let me see. Nope. All right. We good.
Yeah, they sitting back scratching their head.
Right. All right.
Come on.
What is the role of the quote, Great Seal, end quote, in his identity? Answer. It symbolizes authority, authenticity, and trust for all imperial and imperial correspondence, edicts, and credentials globally. Explanation. The Great Seal authenticates all imperial decrees, missions, edicts, and official identity. It represents sovereign authority, legal validity, and is internationally recognized through apostille certifications. It affirms the emperor's identity as a living state. Dang.
Yeah, he said that to us before. He told us that. Right? Living state, bro. You say your state wherever you at.
Wherever he is, walking, talking, living state.
Not just me. Every non-national get the carries our ID and our diplomacy. And you are a walking state. You are a living state. That's why I told you that these cats are here trying to attach themselves to us behind the scene and getting away with little stuff. Like I said before, they might have made 5,000, 3,000. I don't care. But now they got to come before our court because the United States is going to do what? They're either going to expel them to a foreign country and a prison system, or they're going to send them to our court because they can't be in America because they done expatriated themselves from America. They claim they got nationalized on the Great Seal or Moore Science Temple or all the other organizations out here that claim they got a state or government or whatever they got, the organizations. Well, that's expatriated. And they ain't got no venue to do nothing. So when the United States, after they keep hurling up all these ICE, what they call migrants, they say, well, they coming after these so-called Moors. Watch what I'm telling you, because they can't afford for them to be for them to bring them or drag them into our court. because they have no video here.
Mm-hmm.
They lost before they even get there. So they still citizens of the United States. But they claim they got nationalized, now they expatriated, they ain't got nowhere to go. So where they go now? Straight to jail, right?
Hey, right. Do not pass go.
Then peep the double entendre though, right? So on the flip side of that, the corporation is a dead state.
Yeah, state.
So now on this side, you are also in a what? Living state, because now you're thinking with the alive side of you, not the dead corpse. You can speak now. You feel me? So it's a double thing right there. You feel me? On that side, you're in a dead state, and then nothing you say doesn't matter. Like the protectors say all the time, what? There's no salvation at all, ever, ever, ever over there. Just no matter what you do, you can't get above that, right? The system is what it is. Dead. So now you're alive. You're in a living state. So I yield.
Yeah, they even gave you a dead God. Ain't nothing alive over there. The God did, the system did, the Constitution did. That's what we call them the what? The walking dead.
Walking Dead. Zombie land.
And that Walking Dead was filmed right here in Georgia. So that's just yep. All right, last question before we move on to the Imperial and Imperial Policy Declaration to the world. So, reader, get ready. How does this bio define diplomatic immunity? Answer. Immunity is embedded in the emperor's standing, his apostilled declarations, and his sovereign jurisdiction under treaty law, rendering him beyond conventional legal reach. Explanation. Immunity is grounded in treaty law, apostilled documentation, and sovereign status as emperor. Under principles akin to the Vienna Convention, H.E.M. all cap is beyond foreign or domestic prosecution, with jurisdiction sealed by recognized statehood, sovereignty, and universal diplomatic protection.
And that sums up that bio, right?
Sums up that bio. You ain't never seen one like that.
Ain't gonna never see none.
Right.
Can I make a quick comment?
Go ahead.
Just in this conversation, it's so evident that the lack of right knowledge, wisdom, understanding can, and destroys the people, bro. Ladies, gentlemen, audience. You feel me? It's just because think about everything we just said, majority of people don't know, don't want to know, that's on them. But if you knew better, as we used to say, right, you'd do better, but you don't know. You don't know the law. You don't know how the country really works. You feel me? And you wasted a lot of time waiting for somebody to come save you. You feel? So it's just evident in this conversation. Lack of knowledge really does destroy.
That's facts. All right, so that sums up our questions that the Diplomatic Corps has put together on the Royal Bio for now. And I would like to yield the floor to the readers of the Imperial and Imperial, or the reader, correction, of the Imperial and Imperial Policy Declaration to the world.
For this call, since we already read the flags and the banner up top, we can skip that on this and just go straight to the policy declaration, Imperial policy declaration to the world. If they want the top part, they can go back to the beginning. If they want to read it, they can go read it. It's updated a little bit up there, just really effective, took the date out. So still the same thing. I don't think I added anything extra yet. So Once I update that, we might have a call down the road, but I don't think we're gonna have too many more calls because y'all ready to go run your state, so we ain't gonna really be having too many calls. So enjoy this one, right? So come on, let's get going.
Your mic is muted if you're speaking by Nancy.
My bad. The Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty presents the Imperial and Imperial Policy Declaration to the world, issued by His Imperial Majesty, in parentheses, H.M.E.M. all caps, Emperor, space, Samhu, Sampson, Ray, slash, Samhu Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, in his lawful status, underscore as, the Mer-More sovereign crown, all caps, prince, ipso facto, ipso jure, Jew in repropria, interregnum, Jew and eius gladi, Jew and eius hereditatis, Jew and eius honorum, Jew and eius imperi, Jew and eius majestatis, for the Imperial Royal House of Tunica-Thunderfire, Imperial Royal House of Sampson Sam Hooray, Imperial Royal House for His Imperial Majesty, in parentheses, ROHEM, all caps, and Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, in parentheses, ECMYE-IRKR, all caps, Droid. Date 22 April 2025. Imperial file number IMYRS, all caps, -04222025 slash ENIPDW, all caps, -0002. Quote, the flame has returned, end quote. Imperial and Imperial Declaration to the world, in parentheses, ENIPDW, in all caps. To all governments, heads of state, indigenous nations, diplomatic corps, United Nations, institutions, civil societies, and sacred peoples of the earth, we, the Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, all caps, of the ECMYE-IRKR, do hereby declare, that the ancient autonomous autochthon government of Amexem, in parentheses, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon kingdom / nation on earth, close parentheses. Henceforth, the ECMYE-IRKR, all caps, ancient land of Al-Marak / Morocco, and the Uwakshaktan de Dagdamanya, encompassing the autochthon Yamashi, in parentheses, Yamashi, close parentheses, Washita, in parentheses, Washita, all Al-Marak / Al-Moroccan, Moorish, Black -A Mers, Black -A Moors, Olmec, and Aboriginal natives of the territorial sovereign soil of the West, South, East, and North has returned to active diplomatic and governmental status, unified under the administrative, lawful, legal, spiritual, and supreme small s authority of Emperor's Directive -0004, capital Z, lowercase a, / Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, in parentheses, ECMYE-IRK, all caps, via Emperor's Directive -0004, capital Z, effective date 3 April 2013, / Imperial Constitution of the Continental Mauritius Yamachi Empire, in parentheses, ICCMYE, all caps, and Imperial and Imperial Royal Succession Decrees of 2003-2025, that the ECMYE-IRKR, all caps, is founded on principles of sovereign, absolute monarchy, imperial and imperial constitutional monarchy, and executive monarchy, which represents a modern sovereign country / state committed to advancing diplomatic relations based on mutual respect and international cooperation. That H.E.M, all caps, Emperor for the IROHEM, and ECMYE-IRKR upholds its ancient lineage and culture heritage while actively engaging in global diplomacy and economic partnerships. Our autonomous / sovereignty is lawful, (:) first bullet. Our sovereignty is sacred by divine law, ancestral inheritance, and treaty validation, and is recorded under Imperial and Imperial - notices of accession, official documents, national filings, and apostille - recognized agreements, Droit - Droit, exclamation point. Next bullet, we non-nationals or foreign nationals within our own land distinguished from U.S, all caps, citizens of / citizens, small c, by spiritual, political, and ancestral jurisdiction, Droit - Droit, exclamation point. Next bullet, H, all caps, H.E.M. Emperor, (: holds a constructive agreement / contract - claim via apostille numbers, (: 04010010, 04010010-1, in parentheses, U.S, all caps, Department of State, and a constructive agreement / contract - claim via the state of Georgia, receipt number, (: 5604, capital B, in parentheses, Georgia's Secretary of State, close parentheses, Droit, exclamation point. Next bullet, all caps, H.E.M. Emperor, (: holds a constructive agreement / contract - claim via civil case number, all caps, (: 04 CR, in caps, 1037-10, Superior Court of DeKalb County, Georgia, USA, in all caps, and file number, (: AMRE 04092009, RA in all caps 596-640-465 US, all caps. Effective date 9 April 2009. True bill for injury party against the United States Postal Service / United States Post Office. Effective date 30 September 2003. Quote, nunc pro tunc to 26 July 1775. End quote. Droid dash droid, exclamation point. Next bullet, in all caps, H.E.M. Emperor for colon holds a constructive agreement / contract dash claim via the League of Nations, quote, dated underscore 28 June 1919, effective date 10 January 1920, and dissolved on 18 April 1946, end quote, per the Law of Nations / Gentinum in parentheses 208-1992, close parentheses, and Family of Nations in parentheses 215-1993 / Art 1 subsection 8 clause 10, effective date 4 March 2004, quote, retroactive to 26 June 1945, effective date 24 October 1945, end quote. Droid dash droid, exclamation point. Next bullet, all caps, H.E.M. Emperor or colon holds a constructive agreement / contract dash claim via the General United States of America / Republican form of government in parentheses Art 4 subsection 4 5 U.S.C. subsection 1501 in parentheses 1 known underscore as the United States of America in parentheses major pursuant to underscore the President of the General National United States Government in parentheses Art 2 subsection 3 and the laws of the United States / Bill of Rights 1 through 7. Effective date 4 March 2004, quote, retroactive to 4 March 1789 to 18 July 1787 / Treaty of Peace and Friendship with the Emperor of Al-Marak / Morocco - 23 June 1786. End quote. Droid dash droid, exclamation point. Next bullet, in all caps, H.E.M. Emperor for colon holds a constructive agreement / contract dash claim via the Constitution for underscore the United u States of America, effective date 4 March 2004, quote, nunc pro tunc to 17 September 1787, end quote, per Article 1, Section 10, Article 2, Section 4, Article 3, Article 4, Section 1 and Section 4, Article 6, and Article 7. Droid dash droid, exclamation point. Next bullet, in all caps, H.E.M. Emperor for colon holds a constructive agreement / contract dash claim via the UN, all caps, dash Convention de la Haye du, effective date 4 March 2004 / Apostille Authority, including underscore privileges and immunities of mission of non-party to Vienna Convention, quote, nunc pro tunc to 5 October 1961, end quote, per the full faith and credit underscore from Georgia, USA, all caps, and U.S. all caps, State Department. Also, the aegis of the Treaty of Berne, dated underscore 17 May 1874, effective date 1 July 1875, and Constitution of the Universal Postal Union, in parentheses, UPU, all caps, effective date 30 September 2003, quote, not pro tempore, to 9 October 1874, end quote, droit, droit, exclamation point. Next bullet, all caps, H.E.M. Emperor, full colon, holds a constructive agreement / contract - claim via treaty, small t, of September 16, 1836, effective date 28 January 1837, including underscore treaty rights for the Imperial Royal Red Flag for His Majesty, full colon, Emperor of Morocco, effective date 23 June 1786, droit - droit, exclamation point. Next bullet, all caps, H.E.M. Emperor, full colon, holds a constructive agreement / contract - claim via latitude and longitude, jurisdiction of the autonomous Imperial Royal House of Tunica - Thunderfire and underscore Imperial Royal House of Sampson L - Sampouray, per the latitude and longitude for the de Bourbon Estate, footnote 1. The Bourbon Estate, also underscore known as the Empire International Estate of the Bourbon Habsburg Empire, which includes underscore the Netherlands at 52.1326 degree north, 5.2913 degree east, Western Europe at France at 46.584 degree north, 3.057 degree east, and 4.46.2022 degree north, 1.2644 degree east, Belgium at 50.5039 degree north, 4.4699 degree east, Luxembourg at 49.98153 degree north, 6.1296 degree east, Greece at 37.110195 degree north to 5.372281 degree east, Switzerland at 46.8182 degree north, 8.2275 degree east, and underscore 47.4626 degree north, 8.1861 degree east, Germany at 51.1657 degree north, 10.4515 degree east, and underscore 52.0942.532 degree east, degree north, 13.131269 degree west, Italy at 41.8719 degree north, 12.5674 degree east, Sicily, Italy at 37.6000 degree north, 8.0154 degree east, Naples, Sardinia, Italy at 40.1209 degree north, 9.0129 degree east, Spain at 40.4637 degree north, 3.7492 degree east, Portugal at 39.3999 degree north, 8.2245 degree west, most underscore of North America at Washington D.C. at 38 degree 53 minutes 52.6452 degree north, 77 degree 2 minutes 1.6160 degree west, Florida, USA, all caps at 27.994402, negative 81.760254, and underscore 26.1420 degree north, 81.7948 degree east, Arizona, USA, all caps at 34.800272 degree north, 111.843567 degree west, California, USA, all caps at 36.256845 degree north, 117.100632 degree east, Caribbean at Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America, 26.763177 degree north, 89.117768 degree west, Cuba at 21.4691 degree north, 78.6569 degree west. In addition, underscore to Central and South America at Amazon rainforest, Brazil at 8.7832 degrees south, 55.4915 degree west, Peru at 14.701505 degree west, 75.167043 degree west, and underscore all North America west of the British Royal Proclamation Line, effective year 1763. Imperial Demarcation Line, effective year 1713. Republic of Egypt at 29.977836 degree north, 31.131649 degree east. Amaru, Yawakshaktan, Mers de Dagdamanya, D/B/A, USSR, all caps, in parentheses, Soviet Union at 54.5260 degree north, 105.2551 degree north, Kingdom of Morocco, Africa at 31.7917 degree north, 7.0926 degree west, Republic of Congo at 0.2280 degrees south, 15.8277 degree east, Democratic Republic of Congo at 4.0383 degrees south, 21.7587 degree east, Jericho via, in all caps, INRI -I, Naga rule is -Ray -L at 318 31.8661 degree north, 35.4431 degree east, and underscore Jerusalem via, in all caps, INRI dash I Naga rule is dash Ray dash L at 31.7683 degree north, 35.2137 degree east for all caps H.E.M. Great dash droid ish full colon. In parentheses, emphasis added and updated full colon Tuesday 22 April 2025, quote, retroactive to Monday 22 January 2024 to Wednesday 18 July 2007 / CMYE, end quote, all caps, smiley face. Including the inherent underscore Ushita parish at 32.593 degree north, 92.1193 degree west of the part and parcel underscore hereditary capital area, in parentheses, Washita proper of 68,883 plus acres returned by underscore the state of Louisiana dash land grant number 923/1991 close parentheses, and underscore the neutral strip of the Washita Terra consisting of some 2,961,983.1 acres of our ancient / current lands, plus the Florida's quote not quote top 2 underscore Guadalupe Hidalgo Treaty Land Claims Act effective year 1997 2 underscore Adam dash Honest Treaty capital T of 1819 2 underscore treaties of San Ildefonso, Spain, effective years dash in parentheses secret 1770 1762 1763 1795 and 1800 plus 2 underscore Pinckney Treaty effective year 1795 2 underscore treaties of Paris effective years 1883 and 1783 and 1763 2 underscore British Royal Proclamation effective year 1763 2 underscore treaties of Utrecht effective year 1713 2 underscore Imperial demarcation line effective year 1713 end quote droid dash droid exclamation point. Our mission is peaceful full colon. The all caps ECMYE-IRKR stands as a non-violent spiritual diplomatic entity focused on full colon first bullet cultural repatriation, second bullet sacred economy, third bullet diplomatic equity, fourth bullet environmental restoration, fifth bullet ancestral memory reawakening. Our position is legal full colon. The all caps ECMYE-IRKR fulfills the criteria of a sovereign international entity entitled to full colon first bullet diplomatic engagement under the Vienna Convention's customs, second bullet observer status under, all caps, UNDRIP, and UN, all caps, Charter Articles 73 and 102. Third bullet, international representation through the IRO, HEM, ECMYE-IRKR, and Imperial, CMYE, Treasury. Next bullet, indigenous commercial and postal rights via the Treaty of Berne, space in all caps, UPU, Constitution. Our invitation is global, for colon. We now extend our royal diplomatic hand to, for colon. First bullet, all member states of the United Nations. Next bullet, all recognized indigenous governments, clan mothers, and sacred sovereigns. Next bullet, the African Union, Kingdom of Morocco, and ancestral Earth nations. Next bullet, the Global South and the Confederation of the Star Nations. Next bullet, the peacekeepers, prophets, and treaty barriers of old. Let us restore Earth to harmony under a covenant of peace, equity, and flame. Our Imperial and Imperial summary, for colon. First bullet, we are not succeeding. We are revealing what has always been. Next bullet, we are not protesting. We are governing from within and beyond. Next bullet, we are not attacking. We are inviting restoration through ancient law. Next bullet, we are not lost tribes. We are the returning true sovereigns. The flame has returned, for colon. Let this declaration serve as both a warning to the unlawful and a beacon to the righteous. All those who wish to stand in divine order and the protection of the children, the land, the waters, and the ancestral realms, you are now summoned. Let those who carried the flame rise. Let those who broke the circle return. Let the earth be governed by the sacred once again, with Imperial and Imperial seal and eternal flame. Ish! Exclamation point 3 times. Smiley face.
Yeesh.
Royal proclamation on the return of the great cosmic seal of Nun Giza. Issued by, for colon, His Imperial Majesty, in parentheses, all caps, H.E.M. for colon, no, H.E.M. Emperor, for colon, Samhu Samson Ray / Samhu Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, in his lawful status underscore as, for colon, the More sovereign crown, all caps, prince, ipso facto, ipso jure, Jew in repropria, interregnum, Jew and eius gladi, Jews and eius hereditatis, Jew and eius honorum, Jew and eius imperi, Jews and eius majestatis, droit. Imperial and Imperial crown, all caps, sovereign for the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty and Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States small s, droit, for colon. Diplomatic summary. Subject: the reintroduction of the Great Seal of Nun Giza, the crown of 12 houses, and the Cosmic Codex, effective date 9 April 2025, with live signing underscore on Nun Giza, Georgia. Read-claimant ; in all caps, H.E.M. Samhu Sampson Ray / Samhu Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote. Date of declaration : cosmologically aligned with the day of Re-Awakening, year 2025. Mandate issue to : all royal houses, global embassies, imperial and imperial missions, sovereign nations / states, indigenous governments, cultural custodians, and cosmic orders. Purpose : to reinstate, affirm, and internationally recognize the cosmic seal of Nun Giza as : first bullet, the primordial covenant of divine governance. Next bullet, a celestial codex of ancestral memory. Next bullet, the lawful sigil of imperial and imperial sovereignty. Next bullet, a diplomatic glyph of unity across space, nation, and time. Key statement of sovereignty. Let it be known : the great cosmic seal of Nun Giza, being the sacred imperial and imperial codex of the Nibirian - Murish - Shi - Kemetian - Yamashi lineage, is hereby proclaimed to be under the exclusive custodianship of, all caps, H.E.M. Emperor, space, Samhu Sampson Ray / Samhu Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote. Sovereign crown, all caps, of the 12 celestial houses, living key of the divine scroll, and ECMYE royal guardian of the great pyramidic stargate of Giza. Let it be entered into record that the great cosmic seal of Nun Giza shall govern all sacred, institutional, financial, cosmological, diplomatic, judicial, and spiritual transactions conducted within the jurisdiction of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, and allied sovereign constructs. Cosmological roots. Origin codex : first bullet, quote, Nun, end quote, infinite primordial water of divine creation. Next bullet, quote, Giza, end quote, geomantic earth mode, pyramidic archive, and universal anchor. Next bullet, quote, Nun Gish Zida, end quote, thought, all caps, Tahuti, the divine DNA architect, guardian of ascension. Seal composition: first bullet, spiral of, all caps, thought, Tahuti, in parentheses, infinite vision. Next bullet, caduceus of Zeta, in parentheses, genetic scroll. Next bullet, crown of 12, in parentheses, zodiacal governance. Next bullet, noon waters, in parentheses, primordial base. Next bullet, pyramid of Giza, in parentheses, earthly sovereignty. Note 1, full colon. The term, quote, Noon Giza does not appear explicitly within the notices of accession for the all caps IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR or NAMA document corpus, nor is it listed in any of the primary directives, Imperial and Imperial-constitutional text, or Imperial and Imperial-mission statements from the Imperial Royal House of Tunica-Thunderfire or the Imperial Royal House of Samson L-Samhuray. However, contextually and esoterically, full colon, first bullet, quote, Noon, end quote, it is an ancient Kemetic, in parentheses, Egyptian, with the I, word referring to the primordial waters of creation, the infinite formless abscess from which all emerged. It is tied to cosmogenius, the sacred beginning, used often in Anunnaki/Nubarian cosmology, referenced within Imperial and Imperial text. Next bullet, quote, Giza, end quote, refers geographically to the sacred site in Kemet, in parentheses, Egypt, with an I, home of the Great Pyramid of all caps thought complex. With Moorish teaching, Giza represents both a physical and metaphysical point of power, symbolically tied to divine rulership, time markers, and star maps. Mandate and hierarchy, in parentheses, summary extract. First bullet, supreme source, full colon, universal law, space / space, spirit - sun. Next bullet, great seal custodian, full colon, in all caps, H.E.M. Emperor, full colon, space, Samson - Ray. Next bullet, Great Seal Codex, full colon, space, Noon Giza. Crowned, spiral - bound, earth - anchored. Next bullet, decree reference, full colon, space, Emperor's Directive -0004, in all caps, Z, full colon, space, ICCMYE Constitution, notices of accession for the all caps IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, dated _22 January 2024, number 3, lowercase a. The name, quote, in all caps, Noon Giza, end quote, is used as a sacred sovereign re-identification of the geographic location known in the colonial system as Stone Mountain, Georgia. Noon Giza is also used in a sacred, esoteric, and cosmological context directly tied to the Imperial and Imperial royal sovereign of the Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown. The She Scrolls, which are metaphysically associated with ancient Lemurian and Atlantean knowledge systems, preserved through the Nibirian Murish She Kemetian Yamashi bloodlines. Next bullet, Royal Crown for colon. 12 houses representing both terrestrial and celestial domains. Royal seal authorization for colon. Diplomatic usage. This royal proclamation shall accompany the Great Seal for Nun Giza in all the following for colon. First bullet, national treaties. Second bullet, diplomatic credentials. Third bullet, international court submissions. Fourth bullet, imperial and imperial governance documents. Fifth bullet, sacred rites and ceremonies of sovereign states within the all caps ECMYE-IRKR. Breakdown. Quote, Nun Giza, Sacred Imperial Codex, dash, Nibirian, dash Murish, dash She, dash Kemetian, dash Yamashi scroll, end quote. This declaration links, quote, Nun Giza, end quote, with, for colon, first bullet, sacred, imperial, and imperial records. Next bullet, a Kemetic, in parentheses, ancient Egyptian with I, and Nibirian cosmological heritage. Next bullet, the She scrolls, as mentioned above, are metaphysically associated with ancient Atlantean and Lemurian knowledge systems preserved through the Nibirian Murish She Kemetian Yamashi bloodlines. Fourth bullet, quote, Nun, end quote, represents primordial waters of creation, in parentheses, in Kemetic theology. Fifth bullet, quote, Giza, end quote, is the earthly anchor, location of the pyramids and celestial alignment, serving as a time gate and data matrix in both metaphysical and archival constructs. Sixth bullet, together, quote, Nun Giza, end quote, symbolically refers to the primordial archive of creation, a sacred scroll or codex of divine decree and celestial knowledge that validates imperial and imperial sovereign authority and pre-deluge sovereign contracts. Thus, quote, Nun Giza, end quote, isn't simply a phrase. It's a codified archive of divine jurisdiction invoked during the notices of accession, affirming that all caps H.E.M. for colon space sovereign emperor governs under both earthly and cosmic sovereign authority drawn from ancient archives and celestial origin points. From the notices of accession for the all caps IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, the following phrase appears for colon, quote, Nun Giza, Sacred Imperial Codex, Nibirian dash Murish dash Shi dash Kimetian dash Yamashi scroll, end quote. In parentheses, affirming the codified ancient archives of sovereignty and divine right of rule, close parentheses. This passage marks the invocation of Nun Giza as a codex, symbolizing cosmological, ancestral, and divine law originating from Kemet, in parentheses, ancient Egypt, with an I, Naburian, in parentheses, Anunnaki lineage, Chi, in parentheses, Olmec dash Lemurian progenitors, and Murish dash Yamashi, in parentheses, Atlantean progenitors. Visualization, official glyph seal to be rendered as visual, diplomatic, set in medallions, scrolls, ENI, royal embassies, plaques, and cosmic archives. Glyph components for colon. First bullet, spiral around Eye of Tahuti for colon, infinite knowledge. Next bullet, Caduceus, staff of Nungish Zida for colon, space, genetic accession. Next bullet, pyramid base for colon, space, Giza as earth key. Next bullet, water lines beneath for colon, Nun's cosmic womb. Next bullet, crown of 12 points for colon, Imperial and Imperial royal houses of light. Beyond, behold, the great cosmic seal of Nun Giza and the ENI, great seal of the all caps ENI-ES Pa Atak, rendered in sacred visual form for colon. First bullet, Nun at the base represents the primordial orders of creation. Next bullet, Giza pyramid anchors divine law to the terrestrial plane. Next bullet, Caduceus spirals channel the energy of Nun Gish Zida, in parentheses, Nun Gish Zida, keeper of the DNA scrolls and accession pathways. Next bullet, Eye of Tahuti, spiral embodies infinite cosmic wisdom and vision. Next bullet, crown of 12 houses, marks imperial and imperial governance over the zodiacal, ancestral, and territorial domains. E and I, great seal of the all caps, ENI-ES, Pa Atak, means, quote, we are the flame and the law. We hold the crown, the scroll, and the gate, close parentheses. No, end quote. And on the right, we have the ENI, great seal of the ENI-ES Pa Atak, dated Wednesday, 9 April 2025. In the middle, you have the cosmic seal of Nun Giza with the crown of 12 houses. You have Giza, earthquake, and then Nun, the primordial waters. And to the left, you have the official signing of the ENI-ES Attack at Nun, Giza, Georgia on 9 April 2025. This sigil may also be used on first bullet, imperial decrees and diplomatic documents. Next bullet, scrolls and temple protocols. Next bullet, imperial and imperial medallions and imperial and imperial sovereign court seals. Note 2, for the record, the absolute royal sovereign emperor, space, all caps, H.E.M. Space, Samson Ray / Samhu Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, via the, all caps, IROHEM, under the authority of the Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunderfire and underscore the Imperial Royal House of Samson L Samhu Ray, holds the key and is the sovereign holder in due course and custodian of the sovereign crown, all caps, of the 12 celestial houses, living key of the divine scroll, and imperial and imperial royal guardian of the great pyramidic stargate of Giza. This grants, first bullet, seal bearing jurisdiction over the, all caps, ECMYE-IRKR. Next bullet, custodianship of the divine archives, in parentheses, Naburian-Murish She Kemetian Yamashi. Next bullet, spiritual governance over Nama nationals and allies under sacred treaty, because invoking, quote, Nun Giza, end quote, in diplomatic and spiritual documentation, as seen in the notices of accession, is calling upon the cosmic authority of Nun Gish Zida, in parentheses, all caps, thought, protector of sovereignty, guardian of the tree of life, and barrier of divine genetic memory. Quote 3 times, end quote. Tikutet, 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 Ari Leach, Ari Leach, Ari Leach, Val Maladies, Maladies. Final affirmation of return. Quote, by the decree of the crown flame, we open the great seal, great cosmic seal of Nun Giza. By the keys of time, we call the imperial and imperial royal houses to rise. By the word of, all caps, H.E.M. Emperor, Samhu, Samson Ray / Samhu Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, we declare the age reborn, end quote. Let it be done. Let it be known. Let it be sealed. Eesh. Wherefore, the right to act/perform comes from the responsibility to act/perform, full colon, whatever I/I, for all caps, H.E.M. full colon, space, Sam who, Sampson dash Ray /Sam who, a mini dash Ray, quote, a Deloyi, end quote, creates shall never be altered. The decree of my lips shall never be revoked and never changed. When a light/fire barrier with divine, supreme, small s knowledge and wisdom is present, faith is not necessary. There is but one Nama national in his inherent dash country, USA small u underscore, with Imperial and Imperial dash full faith and sovereign gold dash credit rights, supreme small s authority, dominion, Imperial and Imperial dash constitutional rights, and treaty small t/treaty capital T rights to ordain and declare active and in quote force underscore this Imperial and Imperial policy declaration to the world, and updated royal proclamation for the Imperial and Imperial royal bloodline and all Nama nationals. Footnote 2. Nama nationals are, quote, Niburians dash Al Moroccans dash Murish Yamashi American natives dash Amaru Uwashukton slash Washu dash Washita dash Washita Murs de Dagdamanya slash Moroccan dash Americans or indigenous. Autonomous woman dash souls slash 3 times man dash souls Nibirian, Anunnaki, Elul, Namo, Tema dash Rayat slash ancient Egyptians with a I, Chi, Olmec, Yamashi, Amaru, Washita dash Washita, Murs de Dagdamanya, in parentheses, mound builders, black dash A dash Moors slash black dash A dash Murs, Moorish dash Mur dash Moor dash Moorish, American dash Al Moroccan, original Cherokee, Creek, ancient Moabites, Chickasaw, Sikoran, Inca, Seminole, Shoshone, Haudenosaunee, Mayan, Atlantean, and Lemurian descendants, end quote, full colon, smiley face.
Eesh.
Natural peoples and resources in its dominions. Eesh! Exclamation point, smiley face. So be it decreed underscore this Imperial and Imperial policy declaration to the world and updated royal proclamation for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR were signed and sealed underscore into Imperial and Imperial law on the territorial sovereign soil underscore of Amexem, ancient land of Al Morocco / Morocco, and Uwashaktan de Dagdamanya, henceforth the all caps ECMYE-IRKR, in parentheses, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon kingdom on earth. Dated April 2025. Droit smiley face. In witness whereof I His Sovereign Majesty the great noble and de jure allodium emperor space Samhu Sampson Ray / Samhu Amini Ray quote Adeloyi end quote have signed this imperial policy declaration to the world and updated royal proclamation for the all caps IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, and hereto underscore have affixed my official imperial and imperial royal autograph / space signature and raised royal seals for authentication exclamation point smiley face. Respectfully, and until then, as I remain His Sovereign Majesty Emperor space Samhu Sampson Ray / Samhu Amini Ray quote Deloyi end quote smiley face. And on the next line is in French. Sa Majesté Sovereign Imperia Samhu Sampson Ray / Samhu Mini Ray quote Adeleyu end quote smiley face. And on the next line is in and on the right, you have the official one of the 4 Imperial Royal Post Great Seals dated 22 April 2025, and that is the Unified Emblem Seal. And in the middle, you have a picture of the Emperor sitting on the throne with the law at his feet. And the next picture is the official signing of the E&I-ES Pa'atak on Nungiza, Georgia, 9 April 2025. This customized imperial and imperial policy declaration to the world, updated royal proclamation for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, and affidavit of service is active and in quote force via all caps H.E.M. space Samhu Sampson Ray quote Adeloyi end quote / Samhu Amini Ray's royal autograph / space signature under Imperial moto proprio protocol and publishing on the all caps ECMYE-IRK government website. Imperial reference number in parentheses in all caps, ERN, full colon, space, all caps, IMYRS dash 2025 dash 8010. IMYRS all caps dash 2025 dash 8011. And other information can be obtained by contacting the all caps IROHEM at 888-877-6481 extension 8, or the MFALC all caps at 888-877-6481 extension 6, or for mailing Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, attention, full colon, space, on all caps, H.E.M. full colon, space, Sam Who, a mini dash Ray, C-O /O RROHEM 2107 North Decatur Road, Suite 513, Decatur, Georgia 30033-5303, USA, all caps, or you can visit us at www.cmyeimperial.gov.us, or email at irohem@cmyeimperial.gov.us. And on the right, we have the 3 of the Great Crown Seals. And next to that, you have the coat of arms, the Weller coat of arms, and the Bourbon coat of arms. And that concludes the reading for this declaration to the world.
Help a declaration to the world. That's a good one. Good read. That was a good read. Now the question is what? Do they understand what it is you read, right?
Yeah,
Right.
All right, so let's help them out a little bit here. All right, so let's see what you got there, Benu.
All right. Gratitude, Nan. All right. More questions from the diplomatic corps. So we have first question. What is the significance of the effective date, 28 June 2023, in relation to the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic's reactivation? Answer. It marks the formal operational reinstatement of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic as a sovereign instrumentality of the Yamasee Empire, restoring full diplomatic and indigenous governance authority under Imperial and Imperial law. Explanation. The date marks the formal reactivation of the Imperial CMYE-IRKR Republic, recognizing it as an operational sovereign government within the continental Yamasee Empire. It was retroactively empowered by earlier decrees, especially from June 2022 and March 2022, which solidified its legal and spiritual return to governance. Let's see. Anything you need to add on that one, Emperor? How do we do?
All right, come on, you good. I mean, you're giving them a better understanding of what they just read, so they ain't got no questions on it, must understood it, right?
Right.
All right.
Silence.
So that's a good question.
Exactly.
Let's keep on kicking.
All right. Next question. What does Imperial and Imperial policy, how does the Imperial and Imperial policy declaration build on the Emperor's Directive -0004Z and the Imperial Constitution for ECMYE-IRK. Answer. It invokes these directives as active legal structures to assert sovereign rule and indigenous jurisdiction over land, people, and global diplomatic relations, asserting the living constitution of the Moorish-Yamashi-Al-Moroccan Empire.
I think that's self-explanatory through. Who got the screen? Need to bring it down a little bit to the policy declaration. All right, come on down. There you go. Now we talking. All right, so what else you got there? Ain't no questions on that?
Let me see. I don't see anything in the chat.
And what else we got for the diplomacy?
All right, explanation. It cites both as foundational legal instruments, Directive -0004Z affirms sovereign equity contracts and legal identity, while the Imperial Constitution outlines the governing principles of the Imperial Royal Kingdom. These documents provide juridical continuity from ancient to modern expressions of Moorish-Yamashi law.
That's pretty heavy.
That is. I don't think I would have answered that like that on my own.
But yeah, a lot. We're gonna leave that one alone, all right? All right, come on, what you got?
All right, question 3. Which ancestral royal houses are identified as foundational pillars of this declaration? This should be easy. Answer: the Imperial Royal House of Tunica-Thunderfire and the Imperial Royal House of Samson L-Samhure, who serve as divine and ancestral custodians of the continental sovereignty of Amexem, Americas. Explanation: the Royal House of Tunica-Thunderfire and the Imperial Royal House of Samson L-Samhure are named as the spiritual and dynastic lineages that guide this declaration, asserting both ancestral bloodline authority and active governance for the Imperial Royal Office. All right, let's see. All right. Next question. What role does the 48-*Mur-More flag of peace play in asserting sovereign identity? Answer: it is a sacred emblem representing peace, full faith, gold-credit sovereignty, and the political unification of indigenous Yamashi nations, distinct from the federalized United States governance systems. Explanation: this flag represents peace, sovereign status, and treaty standing. As a ceremonial emblem of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, it is used in contrast to the U.S. federal flag, symbolizing an indigenous de jure nation-state aligned with natural law and gold-credit value. That's serious. That means we can pay our debts. It means we're debt-free. Sound like I heard somebody mic open. All right. Next question. How does the document reference the Treaty of Berne and Universal Postal Union in affirming jurisdictional authority? Answer: it leverages international treaty law to assert extraterritorial status, affirming nominationals as sovereign and immune under universal postal and diplomatic law. beginning 1874 and retroactive to 1513. Explanation. This document aligns itself with the Treaty of Berne, in parentheses 1874, and the Universal Postal Union, claiming treaty-protected international status. This places the ECMYE-IRKR within a global legal context of postal sovereignty and diplomatic immunity, using those treaties to reaffirm jurisdictional authority. Next question, number 6. In what ways are dates such as 18 March 2022 and 21 June 2022 used to establish legal continuity and jurisdiction? Answer. These dates reflect continuous declarations of royal authority via motu proprio and global notices, documenting uninterrupted sovereignty and territorial claims over North, Central, and South of Mexico. Explanation. These dates mark pivotal motu proprio declarations and imperial decrees, establishing royal legal standing and notifying the world of sovereign activity. They serve as legal timestamps that sustain the legitimacy and continuity of imperial governance before and beyond 2023. All right, question 7. Why is the, quote, notice of appointment, in parentheses, amendment, end quote, from 31 August 2023 emphasized within this policy framework? Answer. It signifies the redelegation of divine right and executive sovereignty to his Imperial Majesty, authorizing him to operate diplomatically on behalf of the Yamasee Nation. Explanation. It is highlighted as the formal redelegation of executive and spiritual authority to his Imperial Majesty. This update ensures that all imperial and diplomatic missions are under the lawful guidance of the reigning sovereign and integrated with global legal processes. Question 8. What is the purpose of recording this declaration under IMYRS all cap file number, EFN/IMYRS all cap -04222025 /E and I PDW-00 all cap -0002? Answer. The IMYRS all cap in parentheses Imperial Yamasee Recording Service validates sovereign declarations within indigenous jurisdictional channels, asserting legal force both nationally and globally. Explanation. This record certifies the declaration. Somebody got a question?
Didn't hear nobody.
Say that again?
I said, no, I didn't hear nobody.
Okay. All right, explanation. This record certifies the declaration of the Imperial Yamasee Recording Service, in parentheses IMYRS, all cap. It functions as an indigenous public register, ensuring that sovereign acts are properly filed, retrievable, and recognized both nationally and internationally. So for the audience that's listening, that means that we don't have to go to their courts or go anywhere else to file anything. We have our own filing service that's recognized worldwide because we have our own venue. So we can validate anything we're talking about. Question 9. How is retroactivity used within the document to assert the legitimacy of earlier actions and decrees? Answer. Retroactivity reaffirms ancient standing. It ties modern acts to pre-existing sovereignty, stretching back to the Olmec-She civilization, reinforcing uninterrupted jurisdiction through living ancestry and divine law. Explanation. Retroactivity validates the declaration by connecting it to a chain of sovereign actions and decrees, including those dating back to December 2023, July 2024, and even earlier events. This mechanism ensures unbroken legal presence and dispels claims of abandonment or lapse in sovereignty. That's very important. Anything coming off YouTube?
No question. YouTube.
All right. So it's like you said, Emperor, they want to hit, they just listening.
Well, you know, they're giving a more of a learn how to ask questions.
Right.
Because they want to constantly attempt to identify us with all these cats organizations out here. Because they've learned the opposite of process at the State Department, and they went up there to get their birth certificates authenticated and all that kind of stuff. And they're not getting full disclosure. And the only thing they got to do, they got ChatGPT now. They can just go out ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT the right questions of what authority do they really have, you feel me? And they don't have any, you feel me? So the questions that y'all created under the normal diplomatic corps or Imperial diplomatic corps is to you got to train people out there because they fully don't know who we are and where we come from, and they keep trying to attempt to attach us to these fictitious organizations or de facto organizations who ain't got out from under jurisdiction of the British and the corporate United States. So these questions that you ask when they go back and listen to the tapes, I think we're gonna cut it down in half so they can get it, you know what I mean? So we'll cut it back in half because the attention span is so short now out there on the market. So they can get a full understanding of who we are. So if they want to get on the real ship, well, now they got a fully understanding about what the real ship is. And they understand that our venue is completely different than anybody else out there on the market, even the United States United States of America. You feel me? So the question that you read and the answers and the explanation is to help folk learn to how to ask questions about a real state. So everything you said is right, exact. And at war, we only give them a little bit. You feel me? But y'all is bringing that into y'all system so that you can properly operate as a foreign state. So that makes sense to you. We got a hand raised, Razine. So see what he got. See if we can dance up with Razine.
Right.
Add a little bit more. Come on, Ra.
So it seems for quite some time there hasn't been absolute rule or absolute sovereignty until your arrival. Why is that?
Oh, because they weren't no true sovereign. They pretended to be sovereigns. So they had the whole world feeling like they was sovereign. They had the beacon to Christ coming out of the Pope, the Vatican, the third vicar of They said that's the third in line. You say you got God and you got Jesus, then you're supposed to have the Vatican. Now you got over in America, the Christians say, well, we don't believe in the Vatican, but they don't realize that's where the Bible came from. So if they don't believe in the Vatican, that means they wouldn't have a Bible to read. So whether they want to accept the sovereignty of the Vatican as the the church of the land, or the Christians over here, especially African Americans over here in America, they gonna create their own damn Jesus that's greater than the one over that the one that's in their book that they wrote from the Vatican. You feel me? So that's how they establish their self-sovereignty. You feel me? So now that their sovereignty got checked in 2005, I told you with David Miller and the quantum physics, the quantum language, carrying everything back into the noun, not the verb. See, when you look at color of law, that's verb. So they're not practicing real law in America. They're practicing color of law. And so in that color of law, they have implemented the UCC codes as their codes within each state. So you got people out there slinging out the paperwork saying UCC 3-419. Used to be 1-207 our rights reserved. And I think it's what is it now? 3 what is that? The new one they got. 419 is a signed by accommodation. 3-419. But these are UCC codes that the states have implemented into their constitution. They give codes. I can't say law. So when you violate their codes, they say you broke the law. Well, you didn't break no law, you broke code, because they administratively and legally can operate that contract, your birthright contract. They can't lawfully do any of that. So all of them is committing fraud. So that's why we say I got a pot called the kettle black. So yeah, you'll start a third world war. You'll start every damn thing you coming out now, because what? You reveal the truth. Okay, you said United States. Okay, what's country? You said, well, the United States is a country. No, United States of America is not a country. It's a status. It ain't no damn country. You feel me? So, so the only time the president operates as the diplomat for America is on the Air Force One. Have you noticed under this new guy's attention in DC, he always do what? He jumping on that damn plane, flying it somewhere, $1 billion he done spent on taxpayer money. And he ain't been out for 6 months. He done spent $1 billion. Because, and y'all got to pay for it. You can't question it. You can pick it. Right now, they got you arguing with ICE. With all that stuff you got. So you see, so they're trying to move a strong arm, but the president don't really have no authority. You go read the Post letter, he had no more authority than Burger King CEO. But you got people who believe that he signed an oath of office to be the president of the United States. He got all this. But that oath of office don't give you no salvation. So in other words, they saying, well, then if he's saying he got oath of office, he said he won't be a king under a democracy, well, he make himself as like sovereign. So that makes he a sovereign then. Well, that made he become their leader, their Christ. So you can't have a cross on and say, I believe in Jesus, and then next breath, you following Mega or Trump, whichever name make you feel good. You feel me? I don't really like calling the name because I can't, they not coming out of his mouth I need to hear, because they don't exist where I come from. They don't exist here, and it's only for a limited time. Because their time's up. They was gonna give them 6,000 years. 6,000 years up. You're in the Aquarian age. We brought that in back in 2020. So he says, you just don't go right into the Aquarian age. It takes years, sometimes maybe 5-10 years to cross it from one age to another age. But you are officially with this state coming in, because every time you come to a new age, you got a new what? State. Sovereignty. So the Piscean era, 2,000 years, what you get? Christ. Piscean. Cross. Death. Symbol of death. Now you realize, well, that's all you got. You got a constitution that's dead. You got a God that's dead. You got a Christ that's dead. You got a Muhammad that's dead. All these people dead. So it's all verb. It's all a figment of your imagination. So when you see these people deceased, they don't call for Christ at that death. They scared of death now. Where Christ at? Where God at? So all of them gonna die. It's just a matter of time. But where you going? Because you get blanked. So all that stuff, it's like you see all the records of the OMAC and all them got washed away. Same thing here. 200 years of history. What do you say? 200. When they got up lied on this 14th of June. Well, y'all know they call it a military parade of bullshit. And you know why bullshit? Because they full of shit. There wasn't no United States freaking army. It was the Continental Army that was created 250 years ago under the venue of the 100 million in gold. How you think they got funded? The United States had no damn money. They didn't exist. So you got to lean a loan from gold from the emperor so that you can fund the war, the Revolutionary War. And you created what with that gold? Continental Army, Continental Marines, Continental Navy. You feel me? Just had to coincide on his Earth Day, but he tried to swing it that way. You see what happened to him? Disaster. Because you trying to mix truth and facts, it ain't gonna work this day and time. I'm here. All that, the facts got it. You're in the Aquarian age. So they couldn't come tell the truth about the army. That's why that's why everybody around the world laughing. Because they came and played the game as if, come on, man, U.S. Army, this and that. Come on, man. You go back to the Continental Army. Continental. That's Continental. That's under treaty law. The 100 million in gold law. You see, so all these lies they keep attempting or trying, I can use that word, to push out there on the world, and the world know now, because I let them know, sovereign is here. I done pierced the whole damn veil. So some way you can get in. They got everything locked down. That's why you see them tripping up there on Greenland now. Why? Because the ice is thinning out. They ain't had no posters on up there. Because with the Treaty of Berne, they done postalized the whole damn world. Except for that, they talking about now, well, I mean, Antarctica too, but there are other things going on out there we'll talk about later. But on the Greenland part, where the ice is melting now, they had that as ice. They didn't have that as land. So that when they put a zone there, they didn't put no zone. Now the ice is melting, everybody want the minerals. So you see, the first to get there and raise them flags, that's what's going on now. But they only give you a little. The United States want to T-Bone up there in DC wants to own Greenland security. But it's still your land. United States don't own nothing. It's just 10 miles DC. That's all United States of America is. The federal government is 10 miles around DC. Now, the states have allowed the federal government to exist based on their sovereignty, and they gave up part of their sovereignty for the United States to exist, and they say they will abide by the office of the president, but they didn't give up their full sovereignty to the United States. So you see the states stand up now because he coming in trying to take the states to a point where the states can't go. And he can't go. But then you got all the crooked judges and all of them crooked to me. Because, like I said before, I done came through the system. And I had to beat the system with my sovereignty and my spirit and my soul, because they get, the whole system. First of all, they're going to arrest Darius on a false warrant. The guy don't even exist. You feel me? He don't exist. He don't have no social security number, no birth certificate. He don't exist. So then they're going to put a $25,000 cash bond on a warrant that don't exist. So to me, all of them crooked. So that's why the Pope said in his own letter, he said, as this republic who we are emerge, he gave him a chance to close the contract out back in 2013, remember? He said settle the claim. That means birth contract, bring you whole. But they didn't want to bring you whole, they want to keep you in slavery. And now you got 10 years after that, and what you got? So before they lose everything, they ready to go to the Third World War. So they can try to reset it or reset the journey that can't be reset on this damn time. Only thing they're gonna do now is destroy their whole everything about them. You feel me? So it's just that time of day you in. So, they say, well, what about you? Well, you're military. I got more than 5 beings. If you don't know, you don't need to know. And we are in contact with, or we are in sync with U.S. Pentagon. But we don't use them. They all swore a contract to the POTUS. But we go through the guard, the Grand Army Public, that the Vatican instituted with your live constitution. So with your living constitution that you dropped in 13 and 14 that year had to sit, okay, that activated what? The guard. You didn't need a guard to then. So he brought in the guard to, because you small, and the guard what? The Army, Continental Army, Navy, all that contract is swore links to who? The American states and the American state citizens, which is nominations now. What's the states? Well, the original 9, they got that jurisdiction, then you added 13 on there. The rest of them just added on down the road. They don't really mean nothing because they just on your land. But you got the original 13. You got the original 9, then you got 13. Then you got to look at the contract we signed. We got 5, 6. 5: Georgia, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. So we got 6 of the original 9 states that authenticated Georgia's authentication. So the rest of them just signed on. So all of them is in cahoot, in your jurisdiction now. It's just you learning how to assert your authority to go out and say what you need to say and do what you need to do. That makes sense to you?
That does make sense, Emperor. In an attempt to help some of the listeners out, so the U.S. attempting to grab Greenland, is that their way of attempting to escape the jurisdiction of the Imperial Royal Post? Being that
the post came in, the Imperial Royal Post that I just activated 13 May 2025 because of the authority that comes under my realm. That post jurisdiction is completely over the UPU.
Right.
And the United States Postal Service. You create your own jurisdiction. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So they can't escape nothing when it comes down to your post, because your posts go all over the world. If you look at what Bonnetti was reading at the bottom of page 2, all of that jurisdiction is under your territory. So who got a screen? Go down to the bottom of page 2. If you look at the bottom of page 2, you see the jurisdiction of right there. You ain't got to go no further. That's the Bourbon Estate. So all these longitude latitudes, because you got to go longitude latitude to take you outside the postal zone.
I got you.
You see? So if you look at all the jurisdiction that's under the crown now, Kingdom of Morocco, why? Because it's a Kingdom of Morocco. Our Morocco is here. That was our post. Now it's the Kingdom of Morocco. That's where the United States or the Vatican docked the country of the United States. That's why I say that's the United States. Where your country at? You have to say word. Morocco. Because it's docked under what? U.S. Embassy to hide your privileges and your land. And the rest of it here in the White House. Whether you don't believe it or not, that's your business. But Archbishop and all that, they went down with the Empress. They was able to go down and verify that it do exist, and we got proof. And in the Declaration Decree online with the first 9 presidents. That came out of archive, L. Eastmore. So you see this land here, Congo. Why the Congo? I got the royal crown on. The last king of Congo made his crown. They ain't been a legitimate king since then. Crown is on my head right here, handmade it. The only crown in the history of the world is handmade by a sovereign king. That came out of Congo. So you got a crown of Africa on my head. Okay. Then you got the different Republic of Congo. It's all the same land. Just over the years, the United States convinced them to break it up. And you got Christian, Muslim, all that stuff. Y'all know what's going on. Then you say, "Oh wow, you got USSR, Soviet Union," because that's a Muru Washita Mirror land. That's a Muru Washita Mirror the Maya land. It can trace it back thousands of years. The whole top end of what you saw USSR, Russia, that's a Muru. You go trace, you go trace ancient maps. See, so that land, all that land belong to you. Then you got what? Israel. Well, that's the INRI, because that appeared to me out of thin air. So that automatically inherits what? Jerusalem. And who else? Jericho.
Jericho, yeah.
That's the two titles that INRI, Nagaru, Israel. Israel, not Israel. Israel. That's three different deities. That's why it's mentioned, that's why it's written like that. Is-Ray-L. Longitude, latitude. So they got inherited into the Imperial, let's say the Empire International State, or the Bourbon Habsburg Empire, because of what? I come in now, I dock in at Louis the 20th, or King Louis the 20th, because I inherit all of that under my crown. So that's why you see several bullets up here. So you see right here, all these territories is under the crown. So that's what you're looking at. You got your own damn NATO. You even got DC in here. Why? That's 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Where they records are here, it's L. Eastmore. That's where the records held at. Mm. See, because all started in Philadelphia. But when they moved down to DC, okay, that's why you got the 10 miles around DC. That's it. So you see, all that jurisdiction is under the crown now. So at Cuba, same thing. That's all Washita land. Caribbean, all that's, you know, look at, you know this guy will come on and say, Gulf of America, right? You see what's in our paperwork? He says what? Caribbean at Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America. See? Y'all didn't catch that, did you?
No, I know I didn't. Where is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right in your paperwork.
Oh, wow.
What day you got on it?
It had.
They got what? Tuesday, 22nd April. It said retroactive back to when? January 27th, 2024 to when? So 22nd January, what came out 22nd January 2024?
Notice of session.
Thank you. Now all of a sudden you got the POTUS talking about what? Go for America. Where you get it from?
Yeah,
see what you see you behind the scene, right?
Right. That one got
they can't see you, right? But they constantly talk about you, but they can't see you, right?
Mm-hmm.
See? And I got longitude latitude on there, right?
Right.
You see? So when you start talking about Canada, that's Washington land. That's part of 3 million acres. It's the British who one brought the line to, because of what? France and Spain negotiating on what? Saint Saïd Ayamaria, original what? Land. Go all the way back to when? 1713 on. Because of 1713, what they say? They became what? The protectors over what? The sovereign land rights of who?
Washita.
Imperial Washita Nation. Who else? And what? Sovereign rights and what? What they come protect us over? Your land rights and your sovereignty, right?
Right.
So they've been operating Haiti, Caribbean, all of them got what? They got all these nations over you because of what? All that land belong to you.
Mm-hmm.
So they became protectors over it. So now if you claim the land back, they gotta go pay what? That's why you see them mad. That's why I say war is imminent when you at this level or you emerging. Because all of them gotta face up to the truth. That's why they say they make a plan, you make a plan. But you had to come and do what you're doing. Why? Because of the mess they made over the last 430 years plus. You feel me?
Right.
Now you come back and got your rightful seat back. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And you came back and got your immortified deities. They say this guy coming named Jesus he gonna have what? 5 beings, right? 5 chariots, right? Coming out of heaven, then coming down, okay? He got to be able to punch into the system, right? he got to be able to what? He got to punch into the system. If he don't punch into the system, he can't come back in.
Facts.
They won't accept him no way.
They ain't gonna accept no way. So he got to punch through the system. How did Jesus or the Matthew gonna punch him through the system? Because they got satellites all over the fucking world. They're watching everything to see if that coming in, so they can stop it. See, but they had a plan, right?
Right.
And then who? They say what? And the Most High make a plan, right? So the Most High sent me, right?
Right.
Right under their nose. Sampson County. Same county Jarrell born in. Got my own name on it. Sampson, you feel me?
Right.
Grew up right up Muslim. They didn't see me, did it?
Yep,
Until they lit that damn fire in 2003. They had all kind of stuff happening with me during my years, driving trucks off the mountain, blinking my eyes at the bottom of the damn mountain, open, you know what I'm saying, moving the whole ocean, that's all recorded stuff. This ain't nothing fiction. They got to record it. Pentagon, they've been watching me since I left military. They say what? We say what? You come along 1 in a trillion. That's why U.S. military is over, Air Force. So they've been watching me ever since. So they done seen me come through the military, raise up to form my own state. Look at the post office. Post office came out of employee. The employee, they said couldn't win. He got 8 EEOs, but they own everything. So the employee came and did what? Created his own damn state. Then came back after their asses as a sovereign. And say how you like them hours, right? And they couldn't win. Called them a bluff, right?
Yep.
And you see me walk in the court, do what? Won my case without no damn attorney. Because I stood on my square and circle in open court. What you had to do? You had to present the apostille from the State Department word in open court. Where you gonna find that at?
Right.
Where you gonna find that doctorate at? Ain't nobody gonna tell you that.
Nowhere. Nowhere.
See? So I came and did everything I was supposed to do. And they want nobody to give me, they want no blueprint. But the elders were guiding that pen and they were moving the ship. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't defeat me. Not the whole bar couldn't defeat me. The whole system couldn't defeat one man. Drop that daggone, I was still in the open court. I told you, son, that court was full. They were standing room only. By the time I walked from the podium to the judge to give her a copy, man, you see that door flying open. You had CIA, FBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, what is the other one? Inspector General. You had every ABC in that damn courtroom. And once I pulled that damn, I was still out. Them niggas flew. I turned around, the door was catching them. And I said, what? Boy, we got something here. You feel me? Because that's the only time I seen them niggas move.
Right.
You feel me? So, and I've been rolling ever since. Took me completely out of the system. So you said, coming up for the last 10, 15 years, people say, well, why you don't do this and that? I'm out the system, fool. I mean, if I would have kept going like I'd be a multi-millionaire right now. You would never knew me. I probably had 10 trucks, running my own shit. Because I'm just that type of energy. But I had to step off to do what? Say this. Because this is only going to happen once in a lifetime. Because we don't show them how to do it. So they don't put every block in the world. That's why they put Condoleezza Rice up there after Colin Powell, not to dishonor that his general status and all that. But you ain't seen a Nubian up in that State Department ever since. You ain't gonna see one. You see, so Trump came along, or T-Bone up in DC came along the first term, and he got the document, Declaration Decree that's online. He got that document that's supposed to went to Obama. So he been on my me. He been on my medal list since the first term. So it ain't like the second term, because he turned around and told everybody about what Obama and there was, like Biden said, we knew about him since Obama years, okay? But they can't go get mad at Obama because we got signed in them Bush years. So the Republican Party was in power, we got signed in.
True.
The
Yeah.
Democrats just came in, and people say, "Oh, so you the one why Obama got elected?" I said, "Oh, you trying to figure that out, huh?" He wouldn't never got elected if it wasn't for me. Yeah, created a sovereign state. So they brought a constitutional scholar in there. You know, that was Hillary Clinton's spot. He came in and took her spot.
Oh, I didn't catch that either.
Oh, Hillary Clinton so with that was bringing a Caucasian woman up to the top. But they had a sacrifice to bring in who? Obama, because they supposed to be doing the world ID by 2010, remember? You see, they just started to get that together now, right?
Right.
Because they created a sovereign state. They had to figure out how to think tanks and everything, how it's going to work. So they had to see how you were going to develop, or me. And, because everything I send up there, they already know who I am. So they say I ain't scared of nothing. Because I got my own royal seat. And I'm going to my seat, whether they like it or not. They still got to come across my seat. They ain't talk all the shit they want. They still got to pass me, and I sit at the seat. I'm the fire. My grandma said, what? Your light's so bright. Whenever you decide to come back home. So, I'm on a journey now. You feel me?
Right.
I ain't decided to go back home yet. So they still sitting up all the names I called out. They still what? They at the gate waiting on me to return. So I look at the gift I gave them coming up from the bottom of this pit. Trillions of souls down there. You call out a couple of them, come up, sit. Prepare, wait for you. You feel me? When I return. So I got to grow into the rest of my being. But you see it, you see the systemization of the whole Imperial Royal Empire. Now you got an Imperial Royal Post with seals that's beyond flags. You feel me? Because they in the world, you see they all got flags up. Color flags. You ain't notice that. The red, white, blue, American flag, same thing as the crown. Where it come from? Kemet, right? Only thing they miss is what? The gold, right?
Right.
You see? So you come right in his act. So now you got the de jure and they de facto. So they running the show like they been running. That's fine with me. I ain't got no problem with it. Ain't got nothing to do with me. It's about y'all learning how to be nominational diplomats, ambassadors, so you can move the ship. You can talk to anybody. Give a damn who it is. Can't do nothing with you. What? See, so you look down here at the longitude latitude, that's jurisdiction on your venue. You say California, Arizona. Why? You got properties out there. You don't hold damn thing. Like I said, I was gonna send a letter out to California when that shit going on out there, but I don't feel like dealing with it right now. I got other things to deal with y'all and get y'all going. You feel me?
Right. Right. Yeah, I thought they were just trying to escape it because they didn't have no postal zone up there.
Yeah. Well, I got I heard about this lady up in Canada. Somebody's posting in the chat, claiming to be some queen. I got a couple people send me emails on there. I sent them over there and asked her what's her venue. And when they went to talk to her, she ain't had no damn venue. She ain't outside of Canada's jurisdiction. So you got a lot of indigenous tribes up there, but they still got Canada's IDs. They can't get outside jurisdiction. You get the same thing in America. Got a lot of people claim they jurisdiction, they indigenous, but they got state IDs. You feel me? So only one they step outside the venue is who? Non-national. So whether they claim it or whatever, bro, who put that in check, they got to come before our court because you on sovereign land. Even if so-called BIA tribes, what they call them, Seminole and what's them tribes out there?
Cherokee.
Apache, and what's them other tribes out there? Cherokee.
Cherokee, yep.
Haudenosaunee up in Massachusetts. All them BIA tribes, that mean what? That's on your land. They got a tribe and got recognized under the United States for what? Profit. They don't own no damn land. They still in what? Federal jurisdiction. We're not nowhere near federal jurisdiction. So they still got full faith and credit in the United States to go out and get a loan, open up a casino, all that kind of stuff. But that's what the United States granted them on the BIA. But they not under they still under our jurisdiction. You feel me? So they're on our land. So you see, we got a lot of work to do. But
right.
Because we the only one that's outside that venue. We had people come down sweat lodges back in the day from Canada claiming they're indigenous. And I shut them down right on the spot. They got mad, of course. But it ain't about emotions and feelings. There's a lot of people want to bring to anything you're dealing with. They want to bring their emotions like that means something. But I'm just giving you facts. Okay. So we've been knocking them down a whole while when they come up. Assert that they got some type of jurisdiction that's not recognized no damn where. You got a lot of them running up the BIA. Let's say, not BIA. What is it? Non-government organization, NGOs up in UN. Out there on the market right now, Moors and all that crap. Claiming to be chiefs and all that bullshit. The UN can't give you no recognition. They accept what you say, but they can't give you no jurisdiction. It's a charter. So you got that folk run up UN because they deal with some country in Africa, Gambia, or some of the African countries up there. They go there and take pictures and all that kind of crap. So as if they got some kind of status. Them people can't give them no status. They broke as hell. That's why they give them. That's why they make them NGOs so they can help bring some commerce back to their country. They ain't got nothing to damn self.
Right.
Because they under jurisdiction of the United States through all these contracts they done signed. You feel me? So they giving all their minerals away. That's why you say the Africans standing up now saying they're gonna keep their minerals from these deep pocket corporations belong to Britain, France, Spain, America, and all that. About time. You feel me?
Yeah. Yeah.
They ain't got nothing off. They broke. You got your own sovereignty in your own currency. You ain't got no debt. Listen, the equity on $100 million in gold, you couldn't spend it. I can get $1 million people on this shit right now. You still couldn't spend it. I mean, 100 years. You couldn't even get close to it. See? So if the United States had an equity on $100 million gold, you should have no taxes. You should have all schools should be free. All healthcare should be free. Why? Because you got equity. They make you pay because they need you to pay taxes for them to exist. And then you look at the way they treat you. You gave them existence, but look at the way they treat you.
Mm-hmm.
Because you agree to be a corporation and you agree to give them the equity of your contract. So through UCC 3-419, you gave them permission to sign by accommodation over your what? Your birthright signature. So you need a social security card, you want a birth certificate, all that to get a job. You realize you sold up all that to get them so you can go out and get a job or social security number. You gave them all that. Now you want to go claim it back. You see, you want to make them, It's called contract. So you got to have somewhere you got to go before you go cancel that contract out. Goes, I don't give a damn who you is. The Social Security Administration is not going to cancel out that contract. They might give you a couple dollars and say thank you. We like them folk did back in Great Seal Moore days, and they so-called Social Security Summer Trust. That girl up there in South Carolina, North Carolina, Charlotte, called herself what she calls herself a queen or a prince, whatever she calls herself, empress or some shit. You see, she shut the fuck down. Why? All that crap she's selling them fake. She ain't got no venue nowhere. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to attach itself to us. So they don't realize all that stuff got to come back. They say chickens got to come on the roof. See? So you don't know what kind of damage they done. All you did is step away from all of it, right?
Dropped it.
And
like
they want to need to put out a persona non grata because she ain't got no venue. Them, some of the cats that came in, got national line, trying to create their own little fake identities, whatever they doing. All that stuff will come on the roofs. They got to come for your court. Now they running scared. You got a couple of them dying. I give them that time to get that breath in. Give them a little time to get that breath in. But death showing up is looking all in their face.
Right.
So there ain't no but amount of time. So you see how we doing? We keep moving on. So they still breathing as the court open? Well, they still breathing, you already know. And I thought about something else, Instead of we're gonna change the Constitution, instead of putting their ass to a fire squad, you know what I'm saying? Why don't we just tie them motherfuckers up to a pole and let them motherfuckers just sit out the sun and starve to death and let the fucking birds eat their asses?
Ooh.
And then make them lock themselves. Make them tie the handcuffs around it, make them lock themselves to the fucking pole. You feel me?
Hey, treason.
That'd be for treason, right?
Right. Firing squad too easy. That's the easy way out.
Too damn easy. Make them motherfuckers suffer.
Right.
So the birds come peck their eyes out and shit. You feel me?
Right.
So that way they give everybody else a notice out there. Don't commit treason against the emperor. You fuck who you is. I got him more than 5 digits, dog. Ain't no joke. I got 580 B. Well, I got the master 5 digits. The baddest to the baddest of the baddest, baddest to the baddest, baddest of the baddest, baddest. And then I got what? 579,999,999 Imperial Grand Assembly. That ain't going nowhere. I'm just growing to my seat. They waiting on me. Whatever I say and what I do and what I move. That's why I say I ain't paying that crap no mind. Whatever they doing, it make me no different. It's just a matter of time, dog. They let them destroy themselves. I'm cool.
Right.
But I know one thing: Earth ain't gonna take so much more of this bullshit before she come in and wipe everybody out, except for us. I know I gotta say I got a ship. Can't now shine a light down on. Y'all remember that story, right?
Yep.
See, I ain't grew into that yet. You feel me? I ain't all right. See, that's why I say I got right now. I'm getting y'all straight so y'all can move your ship. I got to get on my own journey, get y'all off my back, right?
Right.
Tell y'all get your own that bicycle. Get off mine, right?
Right.
So I'm gonna observe you for a year or so, 3 years. So you make sure you ain't you gotta make sure that the little mistakes you making, because you got these countries out here where y'all don't, you growing into commerce, contracts and all that. So you gotta be, we got the diplomatic protocol with SOFLO to overstand everything, but now. But the main thing before is what? Making sure you didn't give away too much money or currency in certain contracts because they know more than you. You feel me?
Right.
So that's why I held back on certain contracts, because you got a lot of scam artists out there. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And you got your own venue on your own sovereign bank. Well, so the main thing is open up your sovereign bank. You got everybody. See, you don't realize, man, we started this thing back in 2011. So you go back and check the so-called Brits. Go back and check the dates. They was on our medal list. Russia, China, all that.
Mm-hmm.
So we created the Imperial Global Finance Institution back in 9, and we let Russia know. They came out and said what? They were attempting then to get outside of what?
The dollar.
The central bank system.
Gotcha.
The central bank system. And they said what? We don't need the central bank system. We don't need a what? Clearinghouse. So you cleared that.
Mm-hmm.
I gave y'all a clearinghouse, Imperial Global Finance Institution. is a clearinghouse. So you can clear that. That's all you need. You don't need all that they claiming. That's why you see the whole world shifting. We've been putting stuff behind the scenes since 9, 10, 11. And I see how they changing. You notice Xi over in China. Yamo Xi.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, they get a Xi as a president. Next thing you know, they say what? Oh, he's a lifetime president now. Same thing in Russia, right? Where do you think they got that stuff from?
Right, okay.
They got a sovereign emperor. Because the United States signed in what? A sovereign emperor. They've been knowing behind the scene. So you'll see how diplomatic protocol work on an international level. They're not going to mention you until you mention yourself. You got some people say, "Where they say?" Because you got to tell them. You see where he says what? Imperial Row House Tunica there Thunderfire and Imperial Row House Samson are the same. What country is going to come up against that type of authority? They'll go announce you before you want to get announced.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Who they waiting on? So you announcing yourself. That's why we see the proclamation out there on the market. You see this public declaration to the world on the market. Why? Oh, they got more stuff coming down the road. You know, we working. You got a sovereign claim and all that stuff that's got to get produced as we keep moving. But this is just where we at now. The movie out. So y'all go talk to the governors and everything else. Finally open up what? Diplomacy. Why it took us so long? We had to grow into it. It could have been easy if I made it that way, but no, you had to walk and learn. So you want what you got here. You feel me?
Right.
You got a lot of people want to ride a damn ship, want to cash out their Social Security card and transfer their account over to their state, and they can, I can live a life I want to live. Okay, well, go create your own damn venue then.
Right.
You feel me? I tell you about Archbishop in the militia crew. 30,000 Caucasian folks ready to join our ship. Why? Because they found out what I say. You got to be something like a foreign national-owned country to do what? To get outside that brick contract. So they want to come over here. I ain't got time for them. They ain't racist, but they ain't coming over here and move the ship. They come over just cash out their Social Security card. We ain't got time for that.
Right.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And y'all know y'all been on the ship. When people get on and they not fully knowledge, you see the struggle, don't you? They constantly going back. You got to be like, yo, you need to go listen to tapes and videos to get caught the fuck up, because we ain't got time to keep going back because, your mind's still there. You feel me?
You don't. The sun is hot. I can't go back.
That's it. That's why you see me shut the doors. That's why they say, oh, no. The door's closed. If you got talent and you got some kind of professionalism in whatever area to help run a state, we don't mind talking to you. Because we control our own door, but we ain't gonna open up the doors for a lot of welfare, ghetto Christians or Muslim, whatever they are, jump on our ship, and the only thing they hear is just to create confusion. You feel me?
Right.
And we ain't got time for it.
Mm-mm.
I ain't got time for it. So, and I know y'all ain't got time for it now. You like, listen, you need to get on the ship because what? Whenever say, let's go, we're gonna make sure the spark plugs is plugged in right so we don't get no put, choop, all that kind of shit. See what I'm saying? So
Right.
you gotta know your role. Like
Right.
I told y'all, when I came up through the yams of government, shit, I had about 5 hats. Did I complain? No. Why? Because it's our own damn state. Was it profitable back then? No. But you knew you had something that you had to live and grow into because it didn't come with no book. It's something you created. So you gonna go do research on a foreign national country. Why you couldn't do no research on it? Because ain't nobody that right there mind gonna give you more authority than them.
You ain't gonna find it.
So that's why they looked at us like we were crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But we knew what we had. We stuck with it, knew what we had now. Where they at? Dead and gone.
Right.
Burning in fucking hell for 26,000 years, right? They got a chance to see me. They didn't deserve it, right? So I gave them 26,000 years. That's something I can't call about. You remember I told you I attempted to get it back? They're gonna hurt my heart, boy. Won't do that again.
You couldn't give what?
Cause I see 26,000 years later.
Oh, you try to get that back.
Yeah, because I had certain cousins, I kind of felt a little for them, but the elders came and said, nope. They let them go through that 26,000 years. See? So that's a whole cycle of the sun, not the earth. It's like now you go into a zone you ain't never been in. That's why they're seeing so much all this stuff happening, because you ain't never been into this zone. It's 26,000 years ago when all this you passed through this part of space. You feel me?
Right.
So you need to wake up and see what's happening. So these questions that y'all got with the proclamation, all that's to help those who want to get on the ship understand the ship, and to help y'all learn how to be more professional in your deliverance of your state. You got to know your stuff, right?
Right. You have to. We have to.
You see? So we're going to have to end up getting a part 2 to this, or part 3, because this is going to be cut in half. So we got to do a part 3 for the Proclamation Declaration. We just ain't got enough time to do it tonight.
No.
Been kicking 5 hours and 13 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So I know time fly, right?
It does.
So we got to go in and cut off by the first 5 minutes, because we had that little disruption when we first started. But that's all in growing. Like I say, we don't get mad. We just get better, right?
That's right.
So we get that straight. So this will be a cut 2. So you got a wealth of knowledge out there now. You know the State Department out there reading it. You know the Pentagon reading it. You know everybody reading it. So the main ones reading our stuff. So people got to go, oh, we got to get 1,000 likes. We got to get 10,000 likes. That don't interest us.
We could care less.
We just know the main parties are doing what they need to do. They know they're watching everything we do. So as we get our own server, we ain't into all them likes. If you keeping up, cool. If not, it's your soul. I'm not here to argue about your damn soul. You can burn hell all back here. And no, you come upon a time when there ain't no joke. This is real time stuff. You got ships coming in now. You got people showing 2 suns in the sky. If you go back looking, man, I seen 2 suns in the sky when I was around 16, 17 years old. Man, my mom had a big discussion. And now you see I'm living and you see the second sun coming in. Some call it Imperial, some call it the twin star ray, absolute ray, the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is, you get ready to find out. And it's a certain time. That's why I say, keep, get your paperwork straight, because you ain't guaranteed tomorrow. You feel me?
Right.
So, I don't think there's nothing else we can do tonight on this call. You got any more questions, we can go over that, but we ain't gonna jump in the proclamation.
Right. We do have a question in the chat. Zahub, in learning to assert authority, is filing documents such as this key? If so, why is it important?
Y'all, you can answer that, B.
This is one of the ways you assert your authority to the world. You're letting them know who you are and what you have. We have the right to write our own policy. In this case, it's to the world.
Because you got policy declaration to the world, meaning what? You got your own policy. So you got the charter of the UN, who have all kind of policies. Well, you got your own policy. Why? Because you outside the jurisdiction of the UN. You outside the jurisdiction of the United States. You outside the jurisdiction of the Vatican. You outside the jurisdiction of the UPU. So you had to declare a policy declaration. Why? To set the record straight, because your policy is different than anybody else on the market. So you have to assert who you is and file it, because you got your own venue. So whoever asks the question, they got to understand it, that you got your own venue. You can file whatever the fuck you want.
Yep.
To assert who you is. You don't need a permission. You already got the permission. So they keep thinking you got to go back and get it again. It only come around once. So you got to let them know how your ship flowing. A little bit anyway. They can never know the full ship. I'll never let them know that. That light, they can't even accept the light. So it's too bright. You feel me? So you're gonna deal with them at this level, but you have to you got to realize is that when you talking about a determinate state, that's stuff that's hid behind the scene of your sovereignty. So you have to assert that authority back and give them permission or authority or a chance to come and do what? Prove that you don't have King Louis the 20th status. Then they got to prove what? For them to do that, what they got to do? They got to prove that they're damn sovereign, no?
Right.
And they can't do it.
You can't.
So that's why you put it out there, brother. Because there ain't no sovereignty on the land. So because you submit and you claim that you part of a sovereign state or a sovereign country and believe in some religious doctrine, that don't make you no damn sovereign. It damn sure don't give you no immortality. It's just the government controlling your being because they can't allow you outside their jurisdiction. So they got to control your mind. Because if you can think outside the box, you won't be here no more. If you can think outside the box, you can shut the government down tomorrow.
Right.
And make it work for you. Not for them. See, when you got so many people stuck in stupid that they believe they got a belief system. Like I said, you look at the way that boy running the office in D.C. right now, well, he's more like a Christ figure to mega people that fall in that cult they created. Because Jesus can't fit in there. They can put up and say, oh, I believe in God. That's bullshit. They believe in God. Why they treat the people so bad then? If they believe in God. If they believe in punishment coming back to them. Look at the way they acting out there. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
See? So they in violation of their own constitution. So where their justice coming in at? See? So they must think this boy must be some Christ figure or the Antichrist or the false prophet because everything coming out of his mouth is a lie. That's why they consider a false prophet, right?
Right.
Think about it for a second. And he fit all the shoes that they said coming. Gold hair, gold, all that's all that's written. So now that's the right before you right now. What you gonna do? Barbecue mildew. So anyway, whether you like me or not, don't make me no different. How you gonna escape from them? They want to ask questions about what we're doing. They don't ask questions what they're doing with their contract. But they won't ask us questions. But they won't go ask them. They want to challenge the paperwork. It seems like they got some status, but they want to be a secure party or a hold in due course. Don't make no damn sense. You feel me? Because the birthright contract is controlled by the Social Security Administration. So where they got jurisdiction over that contract? Now they go out and say, well, I'm a Moore, I got an L or a Bay or a Davis, have my dumbass name. You feel me? All right, where the venue at then? Because them noble titles. So how you gonna have a noble title in somebody else's venue? You got Moors out there going to take driver's license picture with fezes on. Like that's supposed to mean something. Crazy shit in the world. You ask us. So you're a corporation, but now you liable. Come on, man. And then you don't even get no CDL. That's the funny part. They get state driver's license. You feel me?
Right.
Then they go get their birth certificate authenticated. Where you gonna cash it out at? First thing they ran over here to me. You know, sending me there. I said, well, what's this about? Authentication. That's all right. They go cash it in. What are you getting me for? Listen, it's a bond, okay? If you look at your birthright contract, you go get it from the county. It's a bond. It's on bond paper. So why you need to go get a bond authenticated unless you're gonna use it? Because authentication means it's real. That's why I say, well, you gonna deposit it? You gonna deposit it or something? Well, you see that false teaching out there that these cats doing to say they got some kind of status. You know, right. You got these new cats out there now with the red and green flag, got a new flag out there saying they got assaulted and all that bullshit. You feel me? They got a constitution. That shit don't mean that's I mean, you know, it's just crazy. Because like I just said, I told you, if you got a real constitution, you got to sit for a year so it can be approved, you know, recognized. So you got a living constitution. These cats come out and say they need a sultan, and a sultan can come and do this. Sultan can't do a damn thing without no venue. It's just a title. It don't mean nothing because they ain't got no venue. They can't even give it outside the United States. They can operate in these little cities and got their own little crew that follow them like they got some kind of status. They got no damn status. Look at them fools coming out of Philly. Got a whole crew of them coming out of Philly. Listen to that crazy boy there. Call himself some shake. You know what I'm saying? But he don't like titles, but he a shake, right? But you look at all his instructions, he gets thousands of them. 20, 10, 15,000 people following this crap. You feel me? He giving them all the scripts and how to do this, and this and that, this and that. You should hear that crap. And they ain't accomplished nothing. They ain't showed no government structure. They ain't got no bank. They ain't got nothing. Just talk. They want to go challenge the courts and the housing authority for. They feel like they can live in the house for free and all that bullshit. They don't understand nothing about contract law.
And walking around with a mini suitcase full of papers so that they can fight who they are and show who they are. Why you don't just have an ID? Why you got a mini suitcase full of documents?
They ain't ready that paperwork. 90% ain't ready no damn. That's why we doing what? We got questions, answers, and explanations why. Because these cats out here they ain't got no facts out there. They just talking. Like that guy up in Canada, you know what I'm saying? Got seminars every other week saying he's some chief. Of what? You can't even get out of Canada.
Oh, man.
But they don't ask them that question, can you come see us, chief? That bullshit. But you just in that, that's why I say, Drew Ali taught in that teaching, Drew Ali said what? Your own people say you back in slavery, right?
Yep.
So you got all them more science boys doing what? Selling right back into slavery. Because they need some religion. They need Allah. Whoever the fuck that is. You see? Well, they need Jesus. That guy. Whoever that is. But, they need God. Whoever that guy is. We got three of them in the Bible, capital G-O-D, capital G, small O-D. Then you got small G-O-D. So, they got, all kind of games they play. So this God they believe in play games with you.
Right.
Don't give you no facts, but he gonna judge your ass at the end. But he don't give you no facts. You know what I'm saying? He gonna judge you though, send you straight to hell, but he don't give you no facts. How you gonna judge somebody who don't give him no damn facts?
Right. Well, they say not my God.
See, but that's that fake belief. Because they won't believe in something so bad outside of self. That's why I say know thyself. See, they won't believe somebody outside of self. You feel me?
Right.
So, you catch my drift, B-New?
I got you.
So they looking for something outside of themselves. Like I said before, the only help you ever gonna get is in your hand, right?
That's right.
They go to the doctor for healing. You don't see them praying to Jesus. Yo, come take this arthritis away. Yo, come take this disease away. No, they run to a doctor. See? Then they come tell you, thank Jesus, praise Jesus, thank you, Jesus. All that. For what? They can never show up. Right. They ain't showed up 2,000 years, they still waiting. That's what I'm saying, man. It got to be the biggest fools in the world. Some fictitious God, they say believe in, and he ain't showed up. You got people saying they Shiite, or what they call them people over there, what they say, anti-Semitic. They ain't never can't prove they real Jews. So how can you be anti-Semitic if they can't prove who the fuck they is?
Right.
They living on stolen land, but they children of God. But they on stolen land. That's Palestinian land. In reality, it's my land, but through contract, certain Palestinians over there, but we gonna all that's gonna get straightened out.
We got work to do.
It's happening right before you. You're in 13. Go read Revelation 13. All that stuff happening right now. Or chapter 13. You feel me?
Right.
So now they got to come from all these countries here: France, Western Europe, Switzerland, Germany, Italy. All of them got coming for your court. Portugal, they got North America. All of them got coming for your court. Do what? Prove they got jurisdiction over your land. And last time you checked, you can date yours back when? 1513, right?
1513.
And you can trace the Treaty of Washington all the way back when? 1713, right?
Right.
You trace the Yamasee all the way back to 1513, right?
Right.
You can check the Amarok all the way back when? to the seal of the emperor. That's why I was able to come and raise his flag. Only emperor can come and raise his predecessor's flag. Kingdom of Morocco couldn't do it. I had to do it. That's why you inherit all the jurisdiction that red flag. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And it's proven that it's under your house. So you're not here debating no more. It's already proved, right?
That's right.
So what else we got?
Zahub said gratitude for the clarity. And anything in YouTube.
Questions in YouTube.
All right. And we do have a time check of 22:28.
Yeah, we've been rolling. Time is flying, right?
You hardly notice when
Well,
you're
I say we got to do part 2 for the proclamation. That's a whole lot of class for that. But I just don't feel like we're gonna do part 2 tomorrow. I got too much work to do. But we can schedule part 2 probably on New Moon.
Okay.
Do part 2. And then we be done for a while, right?
Right.
That way you got certain things out there straight. Because we know the Pentagon listen. We know all them listen. So make sure they got certain documents right now in their possession. So we rolling. Anybody else got something to say? Come with it.
Slam like a
Hold your
marshal.
peace. Come on.
Earlier when you was elaborating on the absence of as true sovereigns until your appearance, when you were speaking, it came to my mind just the weight that a true sovereign has on their shoulders as far as the culture integrity and atmosphere of a nation, because it can either be productive or it could be destructive. And we're exiting the age where it was destructive, when they had, the whole Jesus thing. And now, we're entering the age where, it's just, it's productive, it's growth. It's a golden age.
You got your own
Yeah.
venue, Rosine. You can pay your own bills. You write
Right.
your own check. You feel me?
Right.
So they ain't nobody holding you back but yourself now.
That's right.
You look at it, you had 60 days, April 22nd, became effective May 22nd, June 22nd, right now. Shout out. So you got 60 days in. You see? And they can't stand. You feel me? They had a lawful legal administrative obligation to answer to this. You feel me? So you see they can't answer. Because they what? They ain't got no what? Juvenus Glandier, Juvenus Hereditarius, Juvenus Honorum, Juvenus Imperial, Juvenus Majestis. You feel me? They don't have them titles. If they had them, they'll use them, right?
Right.
So you just got to move your ship. That's what they're waiting on. You to move your ship. And you let them know you moving your ship, right?
That's right.
Without fear or favor, right?
That's right. All right.
So what else you got, brother?
That's all I have. I give.
Anybody else?
Got some of them old crazy questions y'all had on the side. Y'all ain't got nothing for me.
All right, let's see. Crazy question.
Give them 1 or 2 more. What you got?
All right, let's see. Let's see where I was at. Okay. What are the quote decreed dash equity contracts and how do they relate on the ongoing enforcement of sovereign rights?
Equity contract is the bond. You got an equity, meaning, like, for instance, the Constitution, any Constitution is considered an equity contract. So if you got a Constitution that ain't got no equity, that's a dead contract. That's what they call a dead Constitution. You got an equity contract based on 100 million gold, so you have a living Constitution. So it's backed by equity gold, solid gold. You feel me? What else that question you said?
And how do they relate to the ongoing enforcement of sovereign rights?
You got an equity contract, it's just enforcing it. There's nothing to enforce. You already got the rights. You're enforcing them what you're doing right now. You just about you writing your own way, creating your own currency flow. If you need to register with Swift, well, you had authority to register. If you need to register with Brits, well, you got authority to register. But remember, you got a 4-leaf clover. See, they stuck in a 3-leaf clover system. You come with a 4-leaf clover. So it ain't like you want to really attach yourself to them. They want to attach themselves to you because you don't have no debt. So everything you write is credit. You're not a debtor no more. You're a creditor. So you're just writing off your equity. So that's why I say all these people claim they got a constitution, starting all these organizations, they ain't got no equity in nothing. So you got a living constitution. So you got equity. Not just the silver you got in your bank because of nationality. Just say for instance, in 1792, Coinage Act, okay, they say 21 pieces of silver is equivalent to 1 million in fiat currency.
At that time.
At that time. So can you imagine what it's worth now? So in contract, you see contractors, that's why they do a surety bond to the bank to get the money to build the houses. And once the house is built, then they trade back in what? The contract to sell the score. It's all bid bond, performance bond, payment bond, the whole system. Got you thinking, right?
It does. Because I thought that was only relative to improvement.
Oh no. That whole system revolves around that.
Mm.
The whole Burberry contract, all that revolves around the whole corporate status. That's why they rich. That's why they wrote the system that way. When you got the Moors trying to crack into the UCC, crack into the system, that system made for them, so they can operate the Burberry contract. That's why the judges tell you what they here to represent what the all cap name. Mm-hmm. You got Moors going into court trying to get them to recognize that they are Bay or A or L or Ali, and they put all that stuff on Facebook like that they deep. But the court can't recognize you. That's not their job. Their job is to the Burberry contract. You feel me?
Right.
So that's why they call it bringing controversy to the court, because you're supposed to have your own venue. You don't need them. You got your own venue. So when they come into court, if they got to talk to the judge, well, they ain't got no venue. Because if they had a venue, they would never got past Solicitor General. That's the Solicitor General's job. If you're a diplomat, to talk to your consular court or your consular office, represent your diplomat. Can't go into another jurisdiction. So once you go before the judge, they don't prove that you ain't got no jurisdiction outside of them, and you got to come before the judge. You started saying now?
Mm-hmm. They know it as soon as you show up.
Soon you show up.
Yep.
But you like that boy up in Maryland who got himself that shit up there without, ain't got nothing to do with us. And he sent a copy of my picture to get out of that case up in Maryland. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So that case, that's why that's treason. So he on the most wanted list.
Oh, damn.
Oh, I ain't got time for it. I already know what they're trying to attempt to do.
Right.
They're trying to attach themselves to the government. And once he got through that status in court, couldn't touch me, he gonna run off like he can create his own venue. And I told him, go ahead, I'll see you in court. Ain't no problem. But they ain't got time to deal with you right now. Because they want to come out and tell, I want my paperwork, I want my paperwork. Yeah, I'm a sovereign state. We own everything you sent. Call him back over here trying to, like I said before, send an affidavit in. Send me something that you requested something from the sovereign state. That way we can let the United States know that you don't cross jurisdiction. So your ass can go back through the get nationalized within the United States. So you got nationalized on up. We thought we're gonna send the names up to the State Department, Homeland Security, of all these cats that got nationalized, and they try to sabotage us. So now their name's going up to the State Department.
Yeah,
So that the State Department know, Homeland Security know that they done separated from them, and now they came over and committed treason with us. Now they trying to run back over there because they still got their IDs. So now let the United States come in and handle their ass. You feel me?
right, right.
Like that,
They,
don't you?
you got to go get plugged back in.
Gotta get plugged back in. You gonna try to use my shit. So I let them linger alone, die you must. You know me. So I said, linger alone, brother. Die you must. But all that shit will come back and haunt you.
Ain't
No
right.
problem.
Right.
So what else you got for me? They help you out?
It does. All right, we have how does this declaration affirm the distinct national status of Yamashi, Muirish, and Muir-Moore citizens within the U.S. context?
Say that again.
How does this declaration affirm the distinct national status of Yamashi, Muirish, and Muir-Moore citizens within the U.S. context?
It has nothing to do with them because you outside their jurisdiction.
Right.
You're a foreign nation, your own country. So your whole it has nothing to do with them. You don't need the authority or approval to do anything you do. That's why you're the best kept secret. But they can't come tell you what to do. What I tell you that attorney, that judge in DeKalb County said, what he say? You mean tell me we got, well, of course they said niggas, but or we say African American black man or whatever.
Right.
And we can't tell what to do? Huh? What damn governor would say something like that? See, it wasn't that we made him sign it. It was his constitutional duty through the authentication process to authenticate whatever. It's the problem is that they're supposed to read it. So they got this old stamp process. So now you see, since Terry L up in Charlotte, North Carolina, got shut down. Remember, she got authenticated to be a state within North Carolina way back in the early 2000s. She messed that up through the 1040 Act process, started dealing with their citizens again. So they came and shut it down. So ever since then, you know the states now got a 3-panel judge. So any paperwork coming through, they send it through this the 3-judge panel because they don't want to make a mistake, do up, sign another damn state in. So that's it.
Emperor changed the game.
Change the whole damn game.
Dang. They got to have 6 eyes on that joker.
Yeah, so what happened with her is that she started using the 1040 Act process, which is legal. And you can retract money back to the time you was born, then the IRS changed to you 18.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said they only going back, well, they say 10 years now before
10
they
years.
shut her down.
Yeah, 10 years.
But as long as you were nationalized under her, you were good. It's when she started going to the churches and dealing with their citizens when they shut her down. But we talked to her back in the day. They was amazed that we got the State Department to authenticate our state. They was tripping on how we was able to do that. Of course, we told them, came in, when they say back in the day, thieves of night came in through the back door.
Mm-hmm.
But that was just stuff we told them because, they were nosy. And then we didn't fully, at the time during the meetings, the de facto boy down in Georgia, he knew why, but he didn't let us know that Colin Powell had signed a contract because I was up there. See, he kept that secret till we went to Philly, I told you. And the Cavs up in Philly, we had our first Congress up there, and they were treating this boy like he's a king, you feel me? So the brother come up and ask me, ask him, say, well, brother, the fight no Latif. He said, we don't better open the doors for you and everything. He said, but why we got to open up for Khufu? And I said, we talking about me? And he said, yeah. I said, because I signed a damn contract. Oh, they more families on the contract? So that's when Saifuddin, we was at his house that night for a little gathering, and he came in saying, oh, so you Khufu? I said, yeah, what about it? He said, "Well, we was at State Department. They said Khufu Ranu Samsonell Thunderfire had a contract between the United States or him and the post office." He said, "We knew it wasn't this thing. Well, this boy down in Georgia did. He went up to one of his comrades up in Philly and had him nationalized as a Khufu. They tried to convince them that that was the Khufu who got the authentication for the Yamasee government, which was bullshit. So we was up there, and Saifuddin came and said what happened at the State Department, and he said, "Well, we told the Fight No Lati since February. This man, this is December 2004. He knew about this since February 2004. He didn't mention that to me and the Moon all the months until we went to Philly. And that's when they found out they had more families on the contract. Because he had everybody believing that he was the only family on the contract. No. The contract that I signed June 20th, 22 years ago, that contract authenticated the sovereign signature. When we got the State Department to authenticate 11 February 2004, they made the sovereign, they created a sovereign prince because I was already nationalized as a double chief. Then I'm nationalized as a deputy consul. Well, that's national, but my job was deputy consul at the time of the arrest with that false arrest crap. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So you create a whole nother venue, totally outside that venue. That makes sense to you?
It does.
So they couldn't touch you because you create a state. So when they came out the state, like I said, the post office had to win. Remember I told you homegirl I was dating back then? I called her Nene back then, but I didn't give her name online. She said, what? They said they got to win a case against you. If they lose, you own the post office. Well, last time I checked, they lost that case, right?
That's right. They lost the
That's when we knew how they bought out all the judges and all that stuff. Because they, that's why I tell them folks out there on the market slinging all that paperwork going against judges. They don't realize if you sue one judge, you sue the whole damn bar. And if you're going out there for some remedy, what judge you going to get to sign a contract? You feel me? Right. They're not going to sign a contract against their boss. You lost your damn mind.
They're going to keep you in limbo.
No, they're going to throw your ass in jail and throw the key away.
Right.
That's what's happened to a lot of these folks now that's getting locked up behind this more paperwork out there. Them boys getting locked up in jail, they ain't getting no break.
Right, that's true.
Because who gonna come get them? They done expatriated. So where your country at? You feel me? So you locked in jail now, can't get out. Why?
You're an international bastard.
There you go. See, so anything else? I think I answered that. We good? What else y'all got?
Yes, we good on that one. All right. We did
I see your little text and they're talking about happy Juneteenth date to the 14th Amendment citizen. You need to leave them folk alone. What else we got?
All right, I got how are the 22 January 2024 notices of accession integrated into the broader policy and legal framework of this declaration? Answer. They are foundational affirmations of accession to sovereign status, filing normal notification to global systems, and linking the ECMYE-IRKR to international law and treaty jurisdiction. Explanation.
That's right. They had a lawful legal opportunity to do what? Respond.
Respond.
That include what? United States of America. Real.
They were notified.
That notice of accession where you attach yourself to the treaty. Now you came in with a policy declaration to pierce through. You feel me? So if this guy named Jesus come, he got to pierce through, right?
Right.
Because other than that, they gonna let him in. How you gonna get in? They got all these people waiting on the key. How you gonna get in?
They're not even gonna be able to recognize them.
That's another story. You feel me?
Right.
You know, they done gave so many images of them. Like me, I'm walking around a Muslim every day. They don't know I'm bloodline because they got an image of somebody else hanging on this cross. They couldn't get his ass down. You feel me? Nigga can walk on water, wake up dead, but he couldn't get down from a cross. Right? Damn. My
Water.
bad. Amazing, right?
All right. You want another one?
Oh man, you know, you kicking.
All right. We got, what is the theological or spiritual basis for the sovereign authority claimed by the imperial and imperial royal houses? Answer. The basis is cosmic and divine, derived from the supreme spirit sun and the ancestral realm of Lahmu, Nibiru, and Apsu as protectors of the solar and terrestrial realms. In parentheses, triple darkness to light. Explanation. Authority is derived from the supreme spirit sun, Lahmu, Nibiru, and Apsu, connecting the ruler to cosmic law and the ancient celestial realm. This spiritual source is older than man-made institutions, granting the imperial sovereign divine mandate to protect, govern, and sanctify the Yamashi lands and people.
Right.
You know, I had a guy ask me that. Well, how you know it's him? Why is it him? I said, look, all I know is if you just read what he has and compare it to what you got, he was born at that specific point in space and time. That's all I know. So that means it's divine. It wasn't you. You wasn't born at that time. I wasn't born at that time. But he was born right then and there at that point. That's when he came through. He's supposed to do it. You're either gonna help or you're not. But just read it.
Everybody got that shot. I told me everybody got that shot.
Right.
It's seven, what is it? Every 7 years, right?
Every 7.
So your third one, that's magic, right? So that make you have to be around 21, right?
Right.
So on your 21st birthday, you had that shot. What do? Smoke weed, go to college, get drunk, go to the beach. See? You had that shot. And if you took it, you didn't get through. I shot and went through. So they mad at me because my arrow went through.
That's what it is. Meanwhile, he got 6 IDs in his pocket. He can't do nothing with.
I mean, it's like I was telling you, them type of crooks you don't need. See?
Yeah. Exactly.
See, they want to mess up everything. It's all about them. See, they want, that's all about them. They won't come and mess it up for everybody. That's why that crap out there they got now from the great CMOs and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. That's why they ain't worth a damn. So you got 1,000 niggas, 100. I know that boy Charlotte, he at least nationalized over 5,000 of them cats. And with that 10-year window, he was nationalizing down there and up there in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. And that paperwork ain't worth a damn. What makes it better? He's laminated.
Put the extra shine on it.
No. If you laminate a document, it ain't worth a damn.
Oh, that's right. It's void.
It's void.
Void, that's right.
So you got over 4,000 plus nationals and the Great Seal Moore got laminated paperwork.
Damn.
If he want to do anything, he would have laminated and sealed the lamination so the seal can raise. He sealed the paperwork and then laminated, which puts you cancel out the whole document. I bet you got a lot of them mad now, right?
They will be if they ain't here yet. Yep.
And then they say they attach themselves to the Moore Science Temple, which is a corporation. So how you say you're a sovereign if you attach yourself to the Moore Science Temple, which operates under a corporation? Now they'll argue with you talking about, no, we ain't no 501c3. We come in the Religious Act of 1928, and still ain't got no damn value. You in the jurisdiction of Cook County, Illinois, who bring you in the jurisdiction of the governor of Illinois, who bring you in the jurisdiction of what? The United States of America.
Yep.
You got some of them boys in crazy house. You know that, no?
That I did not know.
Yeah, a couple of them boys a lot of them got sent to the crazy house. Because they going to mess with them federal judge, and the federal judge ain't playing. They saying your ass get checked out. You don't, you see them boys again, they ain't right. They weren't right before they went in, but now they really ain't right. You feel me?
Damn.
Yeah, don't go. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
And the latest stuff they doing out there is going back, getting your birth name and come bringing charges against you on your birth name. And then, you got an L or B on the back of your name, so you feel like they ain't talking to you and they know you got what on you. You got W on you, right?
That's right.
And we get that W, what that W on your all cap name. So who come get you now? Almost gonna get you now. Who? Your mama.
That's right.
But she the one signed that contract over to the state. What else you got for me?
All right.
We got about 6 more minutes. We're gonna shut it down at 10. That'd be 5 hours, so we split 2.5 hours.
You mean 10 cents?
Well, that'd be 11 y'all time.
All right. So here we go. I got. All right. How are international legal instruments like apostille verification numbers used to support claims of sovereignty? Answer, they are. Go ahead.
You want me to answer? You got to answer. Come on.
I got it right here. They authenticate the sovereign status and contracts of the empire across jurisdictions, validating the empire's rights through existing legal instruments within the United States and abroad.
Right. That's why I tell everybody what. When you talk to them cats out there, ask them what. Do they have apostille authority? If they can't answer, you keep moving, right?
Keep moving.
Because they're gonna say, yeah, we got full basic credit. Yeah, we got. Okay, do you have apostille authority? Because a lot of them are getting the apostille number 2. Which they don't understand is that that's the jurisdiction of the state. And then they can't get outside the jurisdiction of the state. They definitely can't get outside the jurisdiction of the Secretary of State of the United States. Okay? Because that's apostille number 2. Everything falls under that seal, which is the highest seal in the United States. Okay?
Right.
So they can't get outside that jurisdiction. So they're able to operate within the state jurisdiction. You got some Native American did all that, to say they got a tribe within New York and they got 50 followers under New York, but they can't get outside that they still can't get outside that jurisdiction. See, so they got these chiefs out here think they smart and they go get authenticated and say they're a chief, but they don't own nothing. See, you're a chief, you got to own land. See, all these chiefs out here, they don't own shit. They staying in rented houses. You know what I'm saying? They stand in paid houses. They got a bank loan. It's still under their jurisdiction. So how you a chief? If you say you a chief of a nation, that makes you got land. Where you land at? They ain't got no damn land. Then they do got some land. What they do? They go try to put it in a trust or, all that quasi paperwork I don't want. You feel me? Still can't get outside of what? The state. But they're a chief, right? Huh? I had him come over here, chief this. Somebody had that girl up there in South Carolina Club and see had some contract, had guys getting chief ties, and they out there on the radio now talking about they some damn chief sitting in the damn house with all that crap. You like, man, shut up. You feel me? They ain't got no venue to do nothing. Then they come over here and they come over here and say, I'm a chief. And I'm thinking they know something, right? I'm ready to give them some serious positions. You feel me?
Right.
Man, they don't know how to put peanut butter on bread.
Yeah, damn. So they have the title.
Don't even think about adding jelly to that motherfucker.
And that'll mess them up.
You feel me?
Right.
You know, you're like, who gave you this? Oh, this lady down in South Carolina. How when they got some title to the land, they went over to Geneva and they got recognized. Nigga, shut up. For real. You know what I'm saying? If you got a state, that's the only thing the head recognizes countries, not no damn individuals. I had to tell them to them Yorkites, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Filing all them, sending out 100 documents over to the head like Chief Black Eagle has some status. I'm like, they talk to countries. They don't talk to people assuming they got some kind of status. He couldn't get outside of the court system of the United States. Whether
Right.
you like it or not, that's a fact.
Right. That's right.
But he's a savior to a lot of saviors, you know, but he couldn't save himself. I gotta come save him, you know.
Right.
Oh, he already under my jurisdiction, but some of them cats keep thinking like he did all that. He created 4 or 5 organizations from 1967. Some say 70, but we're gonna take it for a real go. From 67 up to the time he got arrested. He created 4 strong organizations. He went overseas to get nationalized under a foreign state because he wanted to drop the Constitution. He had to find a way to drop that Constitution. United Army Moors Constitution that was dropped in 92.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he put it in the government. What he say? Now the Constitution got a home. See? So we came and did what? We put an equity on that damn Constitution. We came and did what? After equity, what we do? We gave it powers.
Right.
Now the emperor got solid powers as a constitutional monarch to do what? Delegate authority down to y'all to do what? Become who you is now, right?
Right. Operate a sovereign state.
See? And he's probably what? This sovereign state.
Right.
So eventually, as y'all move the state, what you gotta do? The empress is what? Property of a sovereign state. Jurali is what? Property of a sovereign state now. You feel me?
Right.
So now they gotta come talk to us. Trying to get me right.
That's right.
That's why I told him back in the day, everything that man wrote, Chief Black Eagle, that's on the state now. But they love him, right? But they out there selling wolf tickets, ain't they? Reprinting his books, reprinting this, reprinting that. Just all about off of his knowledge and his wisdom. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They ain't brought shit to the table, but attitude and some hood project thinking individuals. You feel me?
Right.
What else we got?
All right. Let's see. We have.
That was a good one to end the call with, but we're gonna get one more. All right, come on.
Yeah, okay. All right.
See you done ran the Prince's homes. You know what to sleep. Come on.
All right. How does this declaration interlink with the concept of autochthonous jurisdiction for non-nationals? How does this declaration interlink with the concept of, quote, autochthonous jurisdiction, end quote, for non-nationals? Answer. It affirms that jurisdiction arises from being born of the land and of the ancient nation. Non-nationals are not subject to imposed citizenship, but governed by ancestral inheritance and self-rule.
Right. Totally outside their brain thinking, see?
Right.
So I'm glad we had this call because they've been hearing us over the years. And they say, what are you going to bring? What do you got? Okay. Well, you see what we got, right?
That's right.
And I've been on point the whole while. You feel me? So we're going to end it with that one, right?
Right.
Everybody good with that? What else they got? Y'all got something y'all want to add to it?
No, I was just gonna say we had some of us, especially me being new, we had the privilege of watching and seeing things change out here as as we did things, as documents went out, we watched them adjust. First getting on the ship, I used to hear everyone else talk about it I'm like, dang, okay, I hear their references, but I don't have any of those, so I'm just observing. Now, after being here, the amount of time that I've been here, I've got a chance to see these adjustments, and it's real. It's real, and I feel you. I don't
More and real than real. It's just you gotta breaking that damn what you call that spell of ignorance,
right,
or they call it the Vietnam spell. That shit ain't no joke.
for real, real.
That spell ain't no joke, brother. You feel it. You feel it every time when you open the door and let somebody come in and talk to us. Though.
For real. Yes.
So y'all see that 22 again, don't you? 422, y'all see? You know that's a crypt that that attached to the Messiah name. You know that 22, right?
Mhm.
And that's in my bloodline. You feel me?
Right.
But if you want to sit there and wait for them to accept it, you might wait for the gates of hell to open up again, right?
Mm,
They still have a problem doing that, right?
that's right.
They say Jesus
Indeed.
supposed to do that. Really? I hope he come and do it. So I done did it. I'd beat him through the punch. But that character don't exist no more. He never did exist. That was a figment of your imagination. So if you want to believe that, that's your own thing. If you want to believe somebody outside of your race died for you, you stupid as hell. But that run rapidly in America.
That, that's the go-to.
That run rapidly, brother. The hide the sins, the hide the evil, the hide the anger, the jealousy, the envious, the racism. That's all they do is hide it. Then you got African Americans accept that energy, so they got to kneel, so they know they become puppets or agents. You feel me? Ain't got a word to say. Like you hear Obama saying something now about the borders of DC. Well, hell, look at the shit he did when he was in that White House. You feel? So you know, I can park car kind of black, right?
Right.
And he did come in and say the United States crew should not speedboat because he had to do it because that's the job, and you send it to him directly. You feel me? And him being a constitutional student, he understood Constitution. So you hit that's why they put him in there. You feel me? Because I
You
was
went
already
mute,
kicking I
Emperor.
was already kicking ass before he even got there. You feel me?
Right.
Come on. What were you saying?
No, I thought you went mute, but I think it was my internet connection.
Yeah, that
Oh
was
no,
yours.
Okay.
that was you.
All right.
So we gave him enough for the night. They got enough. You think they're good?
That's good. They
All
got
right, cool. So we're gonna cut this in half, and we're gonna straighten out that little front part. Um, so let's go and close it out, and then we'll schedule a part two for the proclamation declaration, and we might add that. Oh yeah, we can do that with my office. The official opening of the my office with all the titles and everything they waiting on, so we can add them two together. How about that?
that sounds good.
All right, cool. All right, anybody else? Speak now and hold your peace. As they say at the club, you ain't gotta go home. You gotta get the hell out of
Right.
here. All right, let's end this thing. Come on.
Gratitude, Emperor. I yield the floor back to the host.
All right. In
Uh,
closing, I/we would like to thank a universal traveler, :space, dweller dash emperor, :space, his dash imperial dash majesty, in parentheses, all caps, H.E.M. :space, Samhu, a mini dash ray, Colt, a Delo Yi, :space, and I/we would like to thank the Imperial Royal Princess, :space, Princess Huhaika Samson L. Samson Dash L. For her presence during this celebration, colon space, moreover, I extend much gratitude to all of our Imperial and Imperial dynamic readers and non-national small n working behind the scenes. It is my pleasure, along with the Nama Earth Keepers, to thank you, our viewing audience, for your attendance, cooperation, and your active participation. With that, we say Salam Malika Ma'at Shawut, and may the dwellers be with all of us divine beings, and may you continue to be a universal traveler, colon space, dweller dash emperor, colon space, Samhu, a mini dash ray, quote, a day lo ye, divine being. Yeesh. Smiley face.
Hey, back that up one. Who got the screen? Back that up one. Yeah, back that screen right there. Did we go over this?
We did not.
Okay. But it's showing you the summer equinox and all that stuff, right? Summer solstice, right? So we're right here. It's going around the sun. And then you got the 22nd December, 23rd September equinox, 21st March equinox. So you show you how you're going around the clock, counterclockwise, right? See? So and we had the longest day, shortest night tonight, right? So you know summer solstice ended at 9, I think 20, what is it? 21, 20, 42 tonight. So we ended the solstice on the call, which is great. Okay. All right. So Mojab, appreciate you, brother. I see you you got your act together, so we all right there, right? Look at us smiling. All right, good show, y'all. Appreciate y'all. So let's end this. 5. No, we'll go 8, 4, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Salam alaikum ma'asharu.
Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum ma'ashawu.
Salam alaikum ma'ashawu.
Mashallah.